I think we're live. Yeah, we're live.
You think we're live? The content of this meeting is being sent to one or more apps.
One or more apps, as they say.
Mm.
Well, this is Weekly Alaboom. It is the 21st of May in the year of our Lord 2025. It's fitting that Andrew is here. Andy Van Zant, little known member of the Van Zant family. You might know him from some of the like Freebird and what have you. But here you go, Andy. I just wanna gonna
That,
oh
have you tried it yet?
oh
Or
no, I've had several.
yeah, uh,
It's quite tasty.
no,
It's not exactly dark berry cola, but it is
no.
close. It's there. Um, my beloved Rebecca, whom you've met, um, uh, she like every time she sees any of the energy drinks I have, she'll take a sip and she'll say, "Yeah, these are awful." Like they're yeah, and then she had a sip of this one and she was like, "That's actually really good." And
Yeah,
well. I was like, but I don't drink coffee just because I just the smell of it makes me want to gag. I've never had a drop in my life. I think I think somebody gave me like a coffee flavored like hard candy once.
hmm
I remember when I was a kid, like I saw somebody candy and I said, "Hey, can I have one?" And then they gave me it and I put it and I remember it just bleh.
yeah.
I remember it was horrible.
So I'm the opposite way. I really like the smell of coffee and I can't stand the taste of it. I do really like the smell of it. Like it has made me try it several times and be grossed out every time.
Yeah, no, and I think I'll just they can put me in the grave, never having actually tasted coffee, and I'll be fine with that. Hello, Kip. So yeah, I mean, like something like that that's weird for me is that like I'll see a pickle, like I'll see somebody like will have a pickle, and I'll see them like, oh, it's a pickle, and they'll take it and they'll bite into it, and they get that like crisp, and I'll be like, man, that just looks like it would be so good. Like I remember seeing that stork eating the Vlasic pickles in the commercials way back in the day,
Hmm
and I hate it. I've tried. I just don't like the taste of pickle. Like if
Really?
somebody, yeah, I don't know what it is. It's like it's somebody's like, oh. Oh, perfect example. Like you go to like McDonald's or whatever, and you get a burger, and you're like, just ketchup, please, no pickles. And then they accidentally put the pickle on, and everybody's like, well, just take it off. I was like, you don't understand. The juice gets everywhere in there. It's like everything tastes like a pickle. Then yeah, I can't stand it.
No,
But I'll make pickled eggs, and I love that though, which is
that's interesting. No, I am definitely opposite end of the spectrum on pickles. I will, I would just eat any amount of pickles.
yeah.
Yeah,
Hmm.
in fact, like my Subway order normally is either a ham sandwich or a tuna sandwich. And you say, I want uh lettuce and tomatoes and bell peppers on it, uh and I will usually say something like a ridiculous amount of pickles
Mm.
as my pickle amount. Um
You know, that's something that always bothers me at like Subway. It's like, and I know it's got to be their training, right? But like, I'll go in there and I'll be like my go-to at Subway is just turkey bacon, turkey, add bacon, and then pepper jack cheese, not toasted. I don't like the toasted thing. And then when I get to the thing, light mayo, little bit of lettuce, and then I'm like lots of onions, lots of green peppers. And they just put like a sprinkling of both onions and green peppers. Like, yeah, can I get more of those? And then they
yeah,
like put like two more on. I was like, can I get more of that?
yeah,
You know what I mean? I'm just
it's
like,
it's coming out
it's
of their personal onion budget.
yeah, I just can I get more? And then they'll take like one each and put it on there. I was like, okay. And I even said, just I want you to grab a handful of onion and I want you just to put it on there. And then I want you to grab a handful of the green peppers and put it on there. And then they're like, is that good? I was like, finally, yeah, it is. Now it is. I mean, it's just like,
Yeah,
but you know, it's their training. It's like, yeah, just, barely add a little, barely add a little, you
yeah,
know.
yeah. No,
But
I understand it, but I agree. Yeah, it is, and you'd think that they would understand that by contrast with the other ingredients that you ask about, they would be like, oh, this is the one or two things which they would like a notable amount more of,
yeah.
and it's not like a big ask, right? Um, like maybe the plan is you go in and you ask for literally all the toppings, and then when they get partway through, you say, oh wait, hold on. Instead of all of that other stuff, just give me that amount in the one thing that I actually want.
Yeah, um I that was, I mean, that's just like, and I don't go to Subway too much. I mean, it's just one of those things where it's just not a big head out the door for it kind of thing or whatever. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
But whatever. I mean, it's just, I did find out, Rebecca, my wife, she found out that if you go to um Jimmy John's, like first thing in the morning, you can buy their day old bread if they have any, like
Oh,
super cheap.
interesting.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, it's like, that's pretty sweet. I mean, like, so if you're somebody who likes like their bread and wants to make sandwiches at home, that's something. It's worth doing. Um, and if you have a Jersey Mike's, which Robert just mentioned, um, that they have that spicy relish that's like kind of a pepper relish, so it's
Okay.
got it's got definitely some heat to it. Like, you can buy, like, they make it fresh each day, and then what they don't have, they'll put into like these squeeze bottles and they'll sell it to you.
Hmm.
Like, and if you can ask for it, and then you can get that. And that relish is really, really good. If you can definitely put too much on, though, you got to be kind of stringent with it. But
Sure.
yeah, but anyway,
I mean, I can take a lot of heat like that. That is like growing up in Texas. The uh having spicy salsa with stuff is a very uh I don't know. It inured me a bit to it. Like as in will we had something that was to me very slightly spicy for dinner, and to Jen was very spicy, and I think that's just because like there's a level of spicy where I like don't detect it, and yeah, so I definitely like spicy, so I recognize that my tiers are messed up for what is spicy and not.
so I so there's, I mean, and this might be a chain all over the place, but there's a Dave's Hot Chicken, like here in town. And then they have a Carolina Reaper, which you can get, is like, that's their top level thing. And supposedly there's like a waiver that you have to sign if you want it.
Yeah.
And my D&D group, I have a buddy in my group. His name's Joel. And like, he's one of those people that the heat just doesn't really affect him. It's just like, it's one of those things where he can eat it. The after effects, as they say, you get it coming and going or whatever. Like, the after effect will lay him up a little bit. But and then he said, let's all get Dave's Hot Chicken one night for D&D, and he said, I'll pick it up, and I was like, all right, that's fine. And then he showed up, and he had got like one chicken tender Carolina Reaper, and he said, let's who wants some of this, and we'll cut it up into, like, and he had got one for himself to eat, because he says, I'll eat one of these like every 3 or 4 days because they're just so good.
Hmm.
And I was like, all right, whatever. And so it was like, there were three of us, I think, if I remember correctly, who agreed, we cut it into thirds. And I was just like, it was hideous. It was like, what was, I mean, it was like I was eating this, and it's like, you take the first bite and you're like, okay, it's just like, oh my Lord. And you're just like, this doesn't taste good. This is just pain. It's just like, and there was like three grown men just like, oh my heavens. Oh my heavens. And we're just like, no, no. And it was like, of course, you had to finish your third just because he didn't want to look bad or whatever,
Right.
because of stupid male machismo or whatever. But I remember I ate that and I was just like, it was like a half an hour before like the burps and like the sweat and everything was. I was like, what's the point? I don't know what the point is of but I mean, obviously they sell it, right? I mean, they gotta
Sure.
have
No, there's certainly an audience for heat. So the uh, so grew up in Texas, live in New York now. New York's version of hot is very different from Texas's version of hot, right?
hmm
And for a long time, when we go to like a Thai restaurant or something like that, and they would ask me how spicy, my answer would be something like as spicy as you can make it. And with that being my default, that's not my default now.
you
Uh,
grow out of it.
yeah, but with that as my default, there's only two places in New York that actually put me on the floor when with how spicy it was,
Mm.
and that was the weird one was a pizza place that had some crazy kind of pepper on one of their pizzas, um, and um, and then there was a Thai restaurant in Poughkeepsie where the chef grew his own peppers, uh, and
Oh,
and yeah, so that yeah, I'm very at that point I was very used to going to Thai restaurants and saying as spicy as you can make it. You're not gonna and no, I could not finish the food, could not finish it. Like I was like halfway through, and it was in particular it was the broccolis in the thing, like the heads of the broccoli had like absorbed whatever
ah,
was crazy spicy, and it was just too much for me.
I yeah, I mean that happens. I mean, 1,000 years ago when I used to work at in my early 20s, I worked at Hooters. The wings, they had like, no spice, mild, medium, hot, and then they had this they called it 3 Mile Island. And it
Mhm.
was just like, and it was just and I remember and if somebody said like technically we could make 4, 5, and 6 Mile Island, which was just basically you you just loaded up more of the 3 Mile Island. You just added even more to it. There was nothing to it as far as that went. And so we'd make those. And I mean, and like to be fair, the 3 Mile Island, like it was hot, but there was nothing to it. It was like not. I mean, it wasn't one of those like. Have you ever had like somebody bring the wings out and they put it in front of you and the just the fumes, like your eyes start watering, and you're like, okay, this is
Right.
this is you start having that bad idea. I mean, that's kind of like what it was, but not nearly that bad. And I do remember though, again, it was a D&D thing, and the guy running who was it was the last session, and I remember he had bragged. He said, "I've never had the ultimate hot wing. I've never had a hot wing that actually like knocked me under." And I
Mhm.
remember I went in to Hooters where I was working at the time, and it was our last session for his campaign. He was the dungeon master, and I went and I made like some 6 Mile Island wings, and I just made him one box. And this is for you. And then I mean, yeah, he finished them to his credit, but I mean, yeah, sweat pouring down, this whole like just. And he's like, okay, I've had the ultimate hot wing. He's just like, yeah, and it was, but yeah, I mean, there's a certain, I mean, yeah, I mean, if you can find like hot but also flavorful, it
Yeah,
is it is so good. It is so good. But I mean, if it's just like, yeah, this is just heat, it's just gonna make you wish you hadn't eaten this.
yeah,
I'm like, well,
that's why I changed was like my asking for hot meat because I'd have too many meals where it was just heat and no flavor, and I preferred to have like I like a smoky heat really, and if it's too hot, it just drowns it out. Uh,
yeah.
but but I think the important question is while you were working there, I assume it was when you were younger and the orange shorts fit better, right?
Well, yeah, yeah. I mean, I wasn't. No, I was not. I was not waiting tables. So,
Oh,
however, when the
oh.
lawsuit did come through, I remember I got to put my name in the hat, and I remember I still remember the day I wasn't living at home, but I mean, I was that was my vagabond youth, going from apartment to apartment. And so I always listed my parents' address as my home address for anything, just because, like,
You never knew.
I never knew. Like, I might move in 3 months, and what if some piece of important mail shows up, and but my parents are never going to move. Their house is paid for. They were, just going to live in that house, and my mother still lives in that house. So I remember I she called me one morning, and I was living with a buddy of mine at the time. He owned a house, and I was renting out his basement basically. And she called me. She was like, "Hey, I got the letter from the class action lawsuit." And I mean, and this is what I mean, it would have been like 96 or 97 kind of thing. And it was
Mhm.
like, yeah, it was like a check for $1,200. And I mean, which, that's like $1 million
Oh yeah,
in
yeah.
today's
No.
currency. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, but for me, it was like, holy crap, are you kidding me? I mean, and that was the lawsuit that was brought up because they would not hire men as waiters. And that was that whole uh
Yeah.
that meant, and
You were definitely the aggrieved party there.
well, I remember when when I got the form to fill out. And here's the crazy thing, like, is like if you could show either that you had applied for a job or if you'd ever worked at a job, like
Mm.
you got to apply. So I had worked there. And so and and so they, there was a W-2 in my name, like, so I could prove. So that was like, so I had to provide that. And then there was like, it was a questionnaire that had 3 questions. And I don't remember, like, on the questions were you ever told that you could not work certain jobs by anybody in management? And it was like, and I mean, and then the second question was, did you ever hear somebody say men couldn't work certain jobs? Because, and the third one, did it ever feel like, like you
Gets
could, yeah,
more and more vague
yeah, it
as
was like more and more vague, and it was just like, yeah, just yes, yes, yes.
were you ever in the vicinity of someone who looked like they regretted not having
Yeah, exactly. And then I just sent it in, and they added it to the list, and then yeah, they dispensed the money, and it was just like, but I remember as a kid, I mean, it was like winning the lottery.
Oh
It
yeah.
was just, yeah, it was like, because I mean, it was so many years since I had worked there. Yeah, I don't know. What a weird, weird business that was. Um, yeah. Anyway,
Yeah.
so theoretically, when other people show up, we're going to talk Spiel des Jahres nominees,
Oh,
and if we played any of the games, of course, I mean, I was going through the list. Have you seen? Did you go through the list? Did
I
you?
did not. I can do that quickly here.
Well, no, you don't have to. I mean, it's
No,
no big
I
deal. I mean, you
you've
can feel
assigned
free,
me.
if you want to, but we're waiting till like Scott BGG Spring starts tomorrow. So he said he'd try to pop in later. And we'll get Matt and Evan in here later too. But since we got hey, Stick's here. Hey, Stick. Uh, and Tony. Um, I see you got your Fi Duty game behind you. That Treasure of the Dwarves.
Yes,
Yeah, the other way.
somewhere.
Yeah, your other right. There you
This,
go. Yeah.
yeah,
Cool, cool, cool.
yeah. That's
I read the rules to that, and I was like, yeah, that feels like a fight duty.
yeah, yeah. No, it's definitely a him kind of game for sure. It is nice that it goes up to 8 players, and it definitely
Hmm.
play like it says it's 3 to 8. 3 is okay, but 4 to 8 is good.
So besides your balloon game, what game do you think you did the most work on at TMG to get it to
Most
the most work?
um that's a good question. Um uh so um it might be That's a good question. Let me go look at the list of stuff real quick
Well,
because
I'll answer. My answer is easily Crusaders. That was like, I mean, Seth and I did a lot of playtesting with that together,
sure.
and I can still see a lot of the stuff that I suggested, whatever, ended up as part of that, and definitely and then he had me write all that background information that went in the rule book, and
Hmm.
then he went over it with a fine tooth comb and didn't like a lot of it. And I was like, well, that's actually the historical stuff, though. He's like, yeah, but that's too bloody. And I was like, okay.
Um, So I can say I spent the most time explaining rules at conventions for Aquasphere because that
Yes.
that is that is one of like normally I'm pretty okay at like because I explain rules a lot, right? So I'm pretty good at explaining rules in a relatively concise fashion, and that one was like my good time on that was like an 11-minute explain, and it's just because there's so many like little bits and bobs, and
No.
that that's a long explain for me. Um, um, but as far as actual like time invested in development, um, it might be because
Wasn't a
there.
trick question. I'm not going to hold you to this.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, because there were a lot of games, right? Like it was something like 80 projects or something like that that I was um, heavily involved in. Um, um, maybe maybe Thieves Market, or no, I take it back. Trade on the Tigers. Trade on the Tigers. And that is not because like it needed. There was development work that occurred, and that was fine. But the because it had just a ton of cards with a lot of symbology and stuff. There's a lot of time spent trying to make sure that everything was correct on things. There was a lot of like edit time on it, and not, it would be the equivalent of having a 40-page rule book rather
Yeah,
than
yeah, yeah.
uh, uh, and trying to make sure, except to this, all in separate cards, and making sure that so a lot of time comparing a card to a spreadsheet and then going to the next card and comparing that card to the spreadsheet to make sure that I got it right. So yeah, I think that's probably the answer.
No,
Um,
I mean, no, it wasn't meant to put you on a spot. I just,
no,
you
it's a
know,
good question.
there was so much. I mean, like, when we worked there, I mean, it was just like I remember there would be days when everybody would be off in their own little corners of the world, doing their own thing, and like, and um, we would rarely like like you'd have no idea exactly what was going on. I mean, like I mean, not, that doesn't make it sound, not that sounds bad, but I mean, it's more like one of those things where it was like there was a lot of freedom with like the processes and everything like that, that people were able to do, and then you would end up like, oh, I mean, how many times, like, seriously, it was like, oh, hey, by the way, we're releasing a game next week, and I had no idea we had the game. I was like, what game is this? It was like literally like one of those things. And it was just like, oh, it's whatever, and I'd be like, oh, okay, well, I don't know anything about this. So yeah, I can arrange for some videos and whatever. I just need to be able to, like, get that stuff out there and get it out there. The one game of ours that I thought was like really, really good, and like for whatever reason it didn't, I don't know why it didn't either connect with people enough or whatever, was Flow of History. I really enjoyed that game,
No, Flow is very solid for sure. Uh,
and I thought it was more than solid. I honestly thought that game was like, you know like like just in so many different ways, just so like, I don't want to say innovative, because I don't think anything's innovative anymore, but I just it it just hit it made it had those it had all those moments of like, oh, where you end up feeling smart, like, and
Yeah.
or you just have little, and it was so easy to teach too. I thought it just hit on so many perfect levels, and then it just felt like, you know, it
Yeah. It released and it was just like, oh, okay. Uh,
yeah. Yeah.
no, it's definitely there it is. Uh, uh, yeah, no, it's a very clean system, and the stuff is very balanced, and because it's dependent upon the way that the players interact with the system, even though you're seeing the same cards from game to game, the play feels very different from game to game because people interact with that system uh in such a different way from like even if it's the same group, uh if you didn't win the prior game, well, you need to interact with you need to evaluate that card's value differently, and of course it changes depending on what's already come up and things like that. So I can definitely see that as a thing. I agree that it did fine for us, but I feel like it could have had much longer legs.
Yeah. Yeah, that one bothered me. It bothered me that,
Yeah.
like, it didn't, you know, I don't know. It's just such a, but anyway, whatever. Not
Yeah.
to dredge up, like bad feelings about games that were published nearly 10 years ago now.
Mhm.
Um, yeah, no. Yeah, I pulled up like the TMG page, and admittedly it's not always, but it was like 142 games published. No, admittedly a lot of those, there's a lot of like little expansions,
Sure.
like, but still I was like 142. That's crazy. That was a sizable chunk.
Yeah.
And I just thought about the other day, I was like, I talked to Daniel like probably 9 months ago.
Mhm.
But I haven't talked to Michael in forever. I should reach out to him one of these days. I don't know what, I don't know why I haven't talked to him, but
Yeah, I did
uh
some back and forth text with Daniel a few weeks ago, and Michael, I think, was a couple months ago. Was the last time that we had think I may be misremembering that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah, I gotta reach out. I gotta like just see how he's doing. Who, what pissed me off was like, and I don't know why, but I always thought that I thought it was so amazing how well Rolled West represented Gold West. Like a lot of times when people are like, "Oh, it's like this is the dice game of this game," but it has nothing to do with it. It just does not connect at all.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, like, here you are with, but I remember I played Rolled West. I was like, wait a minute, this feels like I'm just playing Gold West, but it's a dice game. I don't know. Stuff like that. It's just, but of course, like that was another one that just came out, and maybe 7 people played it, and then
Yeah.
nobody cared.
Yeah, it did okay, but it was not gangbusters or
And
anything
that's
like
another
that.
guy, Daniel Newman. That's another guy I haven't talked to in 1,000 years.
Uh,
Um,
I've seen him at a couple shows. So I've talked to him at least in the past year.
yeah, I can't remember the last time I saw him at a convention, which is weird. But anyway. Well, that's just. Uh, he had a game called Enemy Anemone. It
Good
came
name.
out. Yeah, it's a good name. Came out in 2023, published by New Mill Industries.
That's him and Tony Miller, I think.
Oh yeah, New Mill, yeah.
Yeah,
New Enemy and Enemy. That's a fun name. That
yeah,
that's on point as well for Daniel.
sure.
Man, I miss him. I haven't seen him forever. Oh, that sucks. I'm remembering these people, and then like,
But
yeah,
yeah, I, I was trying to think because of your question. I was trying to think of what was the thing that I developed most or that spent the most time on from Trick or Treat so far, and the answer is a licensed game because not because of the development time, but because of the licensors. So because just dealing with um their requests for
Mm.
changes that maybe weren't necessary was a lengthy process. So I'm not going to specify.
Yeah, no, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not looking for that. It's I had a um, I had a thing. I will also not be specific here because I don't want to get into specifics. But I had I play tested um a ton of games or whatever and I've done like play testing in our groups and everything like that and it's all well and good and everything like that. But like we have like a couple of games that were signed or whatever. And both of them like have a brilliant basis to them. I mean, one of them is it's a card drafting game with a deck of over like 600 cards and every card is unique. And it's all about um basically trying to save the world from overheating and and global warming. It's in each person runs basically a country and you're trying to like do your own part or whatever, or you can just choose not to and you can try to like I mean but because you end up with points where ultimately it's a power game. You're trying to create industrial power, and if you want to go the fossil fuels route you can do that, and you're going to take negatives or whatever for doing so. But you maybe you create an engine that's so good that you can pull it off. It had one of the most dense rule books I've ever had to go through to like try to figure out how to play. It's like whenever new players come in, it's like okay, this is a half hour teach. So just I don't expect you to it's and it's one of those things where it's like it's play tested off the roof, but then and then we have another one, a worker placement game about gods fighting and stuff like that. Doesn't regardless, both games are really really good, and like we don't have enough time to do all of the development and do everything. So you say, okay, we play tested this game for a hardcore 3 months with a bunch of blind play testers.
Mhm.
This is the feedback we got. We then looked at the feedback. We agreed to these points. This is what we need you to do. And it's I think it's sometimes tough because I think like sometimes designers are the worst people to develop their own games because they're like, well, why do they want that? Well, why do they want that? No, it works better if you do it like this. But we don't have the time, and I'm like, and I feel like we're gonna end up getting rid of these two games. We're just not gonna be able to
Yeah.
publish these two games because like we don't have the ability to like sit there and hammer on it with our small. I mean, how many people, if you don't mind me asking, how many people are full time at Trick or Treat Studios for your games?
For games four.
Yeah, and we have three.
Yeah.
So it's like we are definitely a small little studio. That and I like to think, and I think as well as you, I mean, like very prolific as far as the amount of work and designs that come out and stuff like that. I mean, for your team of three or four, like you're constantly producing, constantly creating, constantly having, pushing stuff out the door. It's like a we don't have a team of three people. Okay, take this game and fix these things and
Yeah.
do these things or whatever. It's frustrating
Yeah. No.
because it's like these games are good, but I mean they'll just unless the designers want to put some time and effort into it, we just can't do anything about it.
Yeah. So I actually I don't feel like I feel like if a designer is making the changes that it's not development. Like even if it's specified advice because I feel like the 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 initial design is what came from them, and it has to be it is the transformative part from what they did that is the development. So
Mhm.
so I feel like being like, hey, we'd like this to be, shorter, this to be longer, this to be easier, kind of stuff, and then they go back and change. Is this just them iterating on their design? Whereas I feel like development is specifically somebody is doing something transformative for a particular goal, usually. Like you're and the way I phrase it is that the developer is developing something for either a purpose or a market, usually. So for example, if you were to pitch a game to a company that did educational games and then somebody did development on it, they would be developing it for the educational market because probably what they would be changing is stuff to make it, meet curriculum standards or whatever. Whereas a lot of times what we're doing is development for the hobby channel market,
Mhm.
or sometimes for mass market. Um, Sometimes it's development for, like a license or an individual's particular preference. I actually think a lot of developers develop for their own preference. But yeah, and that might be splitting hairs on that. But yeah, I can definitely understand not having the time to do that. And especially if the rules were that hefty, because that is, a lot of times that's the thing that needs the most work. Like there's a huge amount of times. So designers are often not great at writing their own rules. Um, and and um and I having watched a variety of developers develop rules, I feel like um, often often people um, don't value conciseness enough, because I feel like when you're like, here's a 24-page rule book, there are only specific, like, that lowers how many people uh will be willing to give that a try, because that's a lot to intake, and some people just can't hold that much stuff in their head while they're trying to learn a game. And uh and uh, I feel like most rule books should not only should be, but can be in the 8 to 16 page range. And then you see rule books from um, companies that specialize in heftier games, and they'll have just like crazy beefy rule books, and I'll read it, and I'll be like, this could absolutely be a 16-page rule book. But the style of the person who is in charge of that changed it. And I've done development on games for neither TMG nor Trick or Treat, where they had me write the rule book, and then they had somebody else do it, and they doubled my word count. They just added so much stuff without adding any
Hmm.
meaning or content, but they were rewriting it in their style, which is fine, right? Like it's good to have your style, and I'm not saying it wasn't, functional. It was fine for the most part, but I was just like, wow, that is a big change, just to like, you added a bunch of words without adding uh understanding or clarity or the ability to retain that information. And it's surprising how often that's the case.
Yeah, and you mentioned designers don't are rarely the best at writing their own rule books. There's a few, and the best, and he's no longer with us, but Chad Jensen. he wrote all of his rule books for like Dominant Species and Urban Sprawl and all of his war games stuff. He wrote those himself. I mean, Dominant Species is one of the most dense, difficult, like heavy games out there. It's one of my few tens. And when you sit down with that rule book, it teaches you exactly how to play quickly, concisely, step by step. By round two, everybody knows what's going on as long as you were paying attention during round one. It sucks that I mean, he's no longer with us. I mean, he was a great designer, but that guy could write.
Yeah.
Um, but for the most part, I agree. People who write rule books, horrible.
Yeah.
I mean, just really because you're too close to it, right? You're
Yeah.
you're you're too close to it, and it's um Chad's magnum opus is Combat Commander. I will agree, Kabuki. But for those of us who are not the biggest into the war game world, and I like war games, but not as much as some. But um, yeah, Dominant Species. That was his best game, in my opinion. But
Yeah. No, I think that uh the I've got a very specific style. Like when I'm writing rules, once I understand how to play the game, it's easy for me to get something uh into my style because I've got a structure to the way I put things. Um and um uh and Because of that, I have a tendency to rewrite people's rule books into my style when I'm doing it, and I would say that uh, that it's really easy for me to tell which designers are comparatively good at writing rules because I don't force them into my style. I just edit their rules. Like I take theirs and I edit it rather than rewriting it to my style. And uh, not that any of them uh, are watching this, but if I only edited your rule book rather than rewriting it, you should take that as a compliment because I thought it was comparatively adequate.
I one of the last jobs I had at US Bank before I was no longer at US Bank, was I had to do a lot of uh technical writing with like for like our the internal online help on how to process do certain things or whatever. Um which Man, I hated that job. I don't know why I took it. I took it because I just wanted to switch from what I was doing because I was burnt out of what I was doing. And then thankfully, very shortly after I had that job, I got offered to come and work in the board game world. But I do, uh, it, it takes a talent, right? To like, because there's a, you can explain too much or too little so easily.
Yeah.
And you have to come. A lot of people will say, "Well, you gotta pretend this person's never played a game before in their life." As far as like when you're teaching somebody how to play worker placement or whatever,
Mhm.
you can't just go into it saying, "Okay, put your worker over here." What do you mean, put your worker over there?
Yeah, no, that's the problem that most designers have is they make really big assumptions. And some of them assume like things that they teach when they teach it verbally and then just leave it out entirely in the rules because they're sure that you'll know. And it yeah. Um the fun ones are the ones where they assume that you understand that it's a roll and move game because that's the only kind of game there is roll and move. Those are the fun designers to
Well,
yeah.
I mean, hey, I'm not gonna completely bag on roll and move games. I've definitely
No,
played.
no, there's
Yeah.
acceptable ones for sure. But oftentimes the people who are pitching them are the ones that are leaving out the fact that you roll a dice and move that many spaces uh, at the beginning of the rules. They just like are like, here's the contents, and here's what happens when you land on a space.
Yes. Well, I have many heartfelt happy memories of playing Talisman, which was just a glorified, roll and move game that I played with my buddies. I mean, not because the game was good, just because the actual like interactions and what have you were hilarious to me. Right. You know, what I mean,
Yeah.
just like, somebody having bad luck 4 turns in a row kind of thing, just laughing at that. I mean, to a certain extent, Arkham Horror, is very dice driven, just poor rolls and whatever can lead to hilarity. Hilarity ensues.
So
Um,
Kabuki Kid and Robert Purdon are talking about Zia as far as the roll and move game, and my story about Zia is that in general, my rule for myself in the past and mostly still now is if somebody asks me to play a game and I haven't played it before, I'll say yes because I haven't played it before and it'll add to my you know my palette of things that I have experienced and can draw from in the future, right? And that's been my role for a while. And and I uh Zia was there was the I was at a game night with a bunch of people. There's several different games going to start, and the first one that was going to start was Zia. It had been released recently, and I knew it was roll and move, and I knew it was a giant, thing, and
it's a giant thing, all right.
that was the only one where that was the only game in an extreme amount of time where I've been like, uh no, I think I want to I think I'm gonna play something this maybe this other thing. I have no idea. But yeah, that was the only game that I'd specifically turned down because I was just like not in the mood to play something that I knew I would probably not enjoy. Normally, I'm okay with playing stuff where I'm just like, oh, I'm not going to enjoy this. But just because I want to understand what other people like about things. But I knew it was just like a hefty experience, and that I probably wasn't going to enjoy it. And so it was one of the few things that I said no to. And I played Lewis and Clark instead, and I enjoyed Lewis and Clark, and was happy with that choice because I hadn't played that either, and so I felt less bad about it. But uh, yeah, so that's my Zia story is that it's one of the few games where I said no to and had not played before. Oh, Lance is frozen on my screen. Is it me or is it Lance? I think I suspect that it is Lance. Um, just because uh, it looks like on YouTube that Lance is frozen. So I will fail to entertain you all. Oh, and he just dropped. Okay. Here and see you still, Andy. Okay, cool. So um, hey everybody. Yeah, Lance seems frozen. I'm sure he'll pop back on here in a second. I'm glad that it was set up so that it doesn't drop the whole thing if there's still somebody there to talk, because like it's not dependent upon vamp. Uh um it's not dependent upon the initiator to still be there. Um but yeah, that that is one of my like when I first started like being like I'm gonna take design seriously when I was like I'm gonna try and do game design stuff. That was one of the rules I made for myself was I'm not gonna say no to a game that I haven't played before because I want to understand it and understand why people enjoy it. And I also want to make clear that I'm not like trying to uh yeah it may die shortly if he doesn't come back. Like it'll expire because he's not there to maintain it. Well, we'll see what happens here. Um so yeah, like I have no doubt that Zia is probably a solid game and lots of people enjoy it, and I might even enjoy it too, like maybe with the expansion, like people were talking about, because usually I can find something to enjoy about a game. Um, but it was just like I knew it was gonna like be pushing the wrong buttons for me at the time. Um, and uh, and so that's why I said. So I don't want it to sound like I'm bagging on that game because one, I hadn't played it, and two, I usually enjoy at least something out of any game that I play. Um, but yeah, reminds you the video game do what you can. Yeah, my that was my understanding too, was that it was like a sandbox roll and move. And it was just like, for whatever reason, that was just like not in my that was not what I wanted to do at that point in time. Um other rules that I had was I would go into game stores and also mass market stores at different times in the seasons and look at the way that they were merchandising their games, because and this was advice that somebody had given me at one point, was to in particular go into mass market stores like Walmart and Target and Barnes and Noble and look at their displays of games and watch how they grow and shrink, and which categories of games grow and shrink and how they merchandise them, and what kind of how often new stuff cycles in, to see what they're doing, um, with those, so that you have a better grasp of the market in general, but also on what they're looking for in those kind of products, like why they're bringing in stuff and when they're bringing in stuff, and what does expanding for Christmas look like to them. Oh, these new games are what they think are Christmas games, and help with their other stuff. And it's Lance. He's back. Welcome back, Lance.
I don't know what happened. My internet like conked out, but everything was working just fine. So I appreciate you keeping it going. I was like, and I was as I was like as I was trying to like get it to come back up and running, then I slowly started getting in, and then all of a sudden you were still talking. I was like, has he really not realized I'm not there? He's just like just prattling on while
Well,
I'm just doing here.
Well, so like you had like this, like I wasn't sure if you were like doing this on a phone, because you were kind of angled, eye line angled down where you were frozen, and so I wasn't sure if it was just this, like doing stuff on your phone just out of screen, and then I was like, oh, he is his his beard is not moving, and
Ah,
uh, um, it's okay. Robert got tired of me real quick. He's like, Lance needs to get back here.
yeah. No, I don't know what happened. It was like it was weird. My computer, this my super nice computer, like it would not recognize any Wi-Fi connections. I had to restart it, and then I was like, and then, I was like, oh, quick, I'll log in on my phone, because it showed that the Wi-Fi was still up and running, and then it was then all of a sudden then I got it up, and then I was like, oh, and then I got it up and running, and I was like, oh, you don't have a Zoom installed in your phone. And I was like, well, this is stupid. Why don't I have Zoom on my phone? But that'll learn me. That'll learn me. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Um, so,
Robert's backpedaling now. He says,
oh yeah, well,
"Go the Andy monologue." I did, so during the pandemic, I was doing like lots of different things, right? Like I was doing development for lots of different companies, and one of the things I was doing was streaming games, and that taught me um, to be able to ramble a little bit. I'm not a great public speaker because I stutter too much and stuff, and so I
I
sound,
never noticed.
yeah. I appreciate the lie, and the but yeah, so that helped
No,
me.
and I say that out of I've worked with you forever, and so I feel like I can give you. It always make me laugh when like you would we'd be having one of our meetings or whatever, and like all of us getting around talk, and then you'd crack wise on me. Like you'd like you'd say something and you'd make fun of me, and I was like, what? Like I couldn't believe like you would actually like you would dunk on me for something. I mean, I have no recollection of an exact thing, but I remember I'd always just be like, Andy, what? Hi, Andy, why? You know, just like you're supposed to be the nice one. I expect this out of Daniel. I mean,
So
I yeah.
I can tell you exactly where that comes from. There's a book. Are you familiar with the children's book or author Gordon Corman?
No, but
Okay.
I was, is it weird that I was hoping that you were going to say, are you familiar with the Necronomicon?
No, no, no. So when I was young, I would read lots and lots of books. And I still read regularly, but I read a lot. And one of my favorite books was I Want to Go Home by Gordon Corman, which is about a kid going to summer camp. And he doesn't want to be there, so he wants to go home. But the kid is he is deadpan sarcasm, just the entire book. And I thought that was the greatest thing ever. And that is that is so I there was a period where I tried to emulate the deadpan. I don't, yeah, that sounds great. Kind of level of sarcasm all the time. To the degree where it got on my parents' nerves because they didn't appreciate the uh it as much as I did. But that is where that comes from is any snarkiness I'm eager to blame on the effects of that book on young me.
Speaking of books and reading, I've been doing a lot more reading, recreational. I mean, than I have. Have you read any Joe Abercrombie at
I've
all?
not. I've not.
Okay, so uh in the last like several years, there's been a huge push for more, and this is I call it, I mean, and I'm not like this innovator of this term. I I liken it a great deal. I think it's kind of a Game of Thrones result. So if before Game of Thrones, obviously Game of Thrones was books long before it was a show and made Martin, all of his money. But the I mean the books were, when you read them, it was like the whole thing was right away from the beginning you learned that like don't fall in love with any of the characters. I mean, it was just like that was
Sure.
that, and then and what it really spawned right away was a bunch of books that came out that were point of view chapters, and they'd be named after the person. So you turn and it would be Ned Stark, and you'd be reading an entire chapter, and that's the person you're following, what they think, what they experience. That's what you get to experience and feel. You don't get to see anybody else's thoughts or anything like that. And then there was a ton of fantasy novels that came out like that. And then somewhere like because of Game of Thrones, people started reading a lot of Glenn Cook, or and like other. There's a few other grimdark authors that I'm not really, and that's like that whole genre. It's like, okay, like it isn't high fantasy of fireballs and dragons. It's you're down in the mud, and you are, and every day is a challenge. Tomorrow might be the day that somebody shoves a sword in your throat and you're
Sure.
done. That, and then so Joe Abercrombie had this whole series of books of basically following this mercenary band that were, and the first few were really really good. I mean, I can't remember the name of the what it's called. I could Google it, but somebody in the chat will probably say it for me anyway. It doesn't matter. But it got a little unwieldy. I mean, the first book is just amazing. I mean, it's just the way they describe the people and how they talk and everything. He's really good at writing dialogue. And um and then but it just became really unwieldy because there were just too many characters and too many things going on. And so that it was like, oh, and I'm going to come up with a novel, and this is a prequel that actually is in between books 3.5 and 4, but it's set in this era, so there's some mishmash. It was just like I don't
Right.
want to read that. I don't want to have to try to follow what's going on and how it falls into um what's going on. But he came out with this book, and it was hey, it's brand new characters, brand new start, brand new fresh thing. They're not going to have anything to do with anything I've read before, and it's basically a a like kind of Dirty Dozen slash Magnificent Seven grimdark thing where a monk is like a monk that has his own issues because everybody's super flawed, and a monk that he's basically like there's a, a Catholic church. Theoretically, it's like they don't really call it the Catholic Church, but that's what it is. And they're in an attempt to unify. There's basically two sides of this church that are warring, and in an attempt to unify it, like they've been searching for like the true like daughter of the last empress that was in control of everything that was able, and like if they could ever find a descendant of the empress, then the idea is that like enough nobles would recognize that person as the next in line, and then there would be enough power there to consolidate everything, and the wars could be ended. And it opens up with this basically this of course some very Aladdin-esque young rugrat girl
Uh,
running in the slums of the thing, but this person discovers her, and he's like, I finally found you, my long lost niece. You have the birthmark behind your ear. You have the other half of this necklace, and she does, of this coin that she's had, the other half of the coin that was given to you, so we'd always know it was you, that kind of thing. This whole and you just know the other foot hasn't dropped, that it's probably a big lie, but you haven't. And so this 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 monk is like brought in, and he's been told, oh, you're going to meet with the Pope today, and he's like, oh my gosh, I'm going to meet with the Pope, and he's so excited, because he wants to, because and then but instead he meets this cardinal, and they're like, well, we're putting you in charge of this group, and you need to bring this woman to the holy the seat of the holy empress, and your group will consist of a uh a cursed Templar who cannot die, who has like just hundreds of injuries, a uh a like a like a person, like a character that is like the third best necromancer alive, who like a um of course a top level assassin, like thief woman, like a an elf. And the elves are evil, but an elf who can, whenever she holds her breath, she can just turn invisible. And so
sure.
like she spends all her time mostly invisible, just
And
because
then Judd Nelson and then Ali Sheedy.
yeah, no. And then um and then a vampire, like a vampire, and a werewolf,
Okay.
and they're called like the devils, and it's just like, and he has to travel with these people to deliver this this young woman to this whole, and so I'm about 200 pages in, and man, it's just good. I mean, I'll be reading it and I'll just laugh just because of the way that the character, it's like you're watching a good movie, and everybody's being kind of sarcastic and shitty to each other. Like they have to go to Venice because they need to get the help of somebody to like, and then this guy says, well, I'll help you, I'll give you a boat that can get you across, the Mediterranean or whatever, but you need to do a favor for me. And like he goes, and then he takes him to this monastery, and like the monk goes, is this a monastery? And the guy's like, yeah. And he's like, where are the monks? I don't know, heaven. You're the expert. Just like just it's stuff like that where you just laugh because it's just, it's written in a way that like you think you're watching. But anyway, if you if you like fantasy and don't mind a little blood
Yeah.
and swearing and grim things and just descriptions of grim things.
Um,
Anything by Joe Abercrombie is pretty good. The guy's just a good writer.
so the past year or so, I've mostly been alternating back and forth between um, uh, nonfiction, like a game design book, or Universal Principles of Design, which is not about game design in general. It's about broader concepts of design, or things like that. So some kind of nonfiction-y thing, and graphic novels like comic books. Um, uh,
Absolutely.
and with a brief break because Jen got for me three Michael Moorcock books, which were
Fantastic stuff. He's still alive.
yeah.
I mean, when somebody was like, "Oh yeah, Michael Moorcock's still alive," I was like, "Wait a minute, time out. This guy was like writing Elric when like Conan books were still being written." I mean, I'm just like, how is that guy still alive?
Yeah.
Like, but yeah.
The three books were just super pulpy, and so I appreciated that about them, but
Hmm.
it was definitely a departure. Like you're reading like this modern stuff, and even the comic books and stuff have modern sensibilities to the writing, and then you pick up his stuff, and he's like, yeah, this guy who's a Olympic level fencer slash scientist, uh, creates a teleporter, and ends up on another planet. The first person he meets is a princess, but they can't speak the same language yet, but there's an immediate mutual, right, just super pulpy
Yeah, no, it's
thing.
good stuff. I mean, any good D&D player has completely and totally stolen that those things and stolen ideas from old Conan. Clark Ashton Smith is another good one that you want to dig into, like old pulpy stuff. I mean, obviously, read some Lovecraft. Though, as much as everybody loves to say, "Oh, Lovecraft," it's just, it's like, he is he is very unreadable in a lot of his stuff. Like it is dense and overwritten and like he has some gems, but a lot of his stuff is just, you know, it's one of those things where you'll get done reading a page and you're like, I have no idea what I just read. You have to go back and reread the entire page again to like, try to under fathom what is going on.
Yeah, he's trying
Uh,
to set the scene by having flowery language, and that's it, and it makes it awkward sometimes.
which is that was the style, right? I mean,
Right.
it wasn't like he was doing it to put on airs or anything. Hey, Forrest. Um,
Hey.
but it wasn't like that. It was just it's one of those things where yeah, it can be tough. Yeah, I mean, I love the Elric stuff by Moorcock. Blood and souls for my Lord Ariok. Just I mean, um, it feels like that was like he was the first one that really wrote like talked about having like a magic sword that like controlled the user as much as he controlled the sword, and yeah, no, good stuff. What graphic novels have you been perusing?
Um, so Jen and I both read a fair amount, but we also have a monthly comic book club where there's specific ones that are ascribed to the thing. The most recent ones were the first volume of uh, Sacrificers by Rick Remender, um,
Hmm.
and then the second volume, because we had already read the first of the new Transformers series.
Ah,
Which if you haven't picked that up, they're doing a good job on that. If you like Transformer stuff, they're doing a good job. If you don't like Transformer stuff, I don't think it's going to convince you. But if you like Transformer stuff, it does a good job of being having new stuff going on, but also catering to the people who like the 80s cartoon. And
Oh yeah, I mean the 80s commercials for new toys. You mean, which
yeah,
is
yes,
basically what that was.
yes.
Um, I suggest this to anybody who will listen to me. And again, it is it is a tough walk. It can be a very difficult read. Do you enjoy Alan Moore's stuff at all?
Yeah, yeah, he's good. Like,
Ha
as long as you ignore anything he says outside of of
Well, no,
the
I mean he's kind of a crazy guy. I mean
yeah.
he thinks of himself. Well, who knows if he does or not? But he likes to say that he thinks of himself as being a wizard, like a
Mm,
real wizard,
mm,
like because of the fact that he creates like the worlds and the ideas that he creates become real on some level of reality that we can't. It's just yeah, he might be partaking too much of the Hobbit's weed, if you will, but um no, his foray, and I say this because it can be, how do I even put this? It can be a very tough read. It can, as far as the graphic of it, as far as like what you have to see on the page. It's a very adult and mature, and that means both with like violence and with nudity and with some very horrific things that happen. But he did a 12 issue thing, and it's in a graphic novel. You can pick it up. It's called Providence.
uh, so Jen has read that and she has recommended to me to read it. So it's sitting waiting to be read,
It
but I have not
is
read
it
it.
is it is really good. It does the Alan Moore thing where you're reading it and you're engrossed, and all of a sudden you'll get to a spot where it's like, and now I'm just gonna have several pages of written text that you're expected to read. And by written, I mean it is written like in cursive language, so it is tough to read.
Mhm.
But to actually grasp what is going on, you have to read it, like, to get the full story. But and I say to anybody, if you are a Cthulhu fan, if you are a Lovecraft fan, anything like that, Providence is really well done. He did a thing also that is it's kind of a sister book to it. I think it was called, maybe, I want to say it was like Necronomicon, but not Necronomicon. Oh man, I can't remember. Neonomicon is what it was
Yeah, no, I
called.
can't.
Neonomicon, which is a smaller thing that you don't have to read that to be able to read Providence, but there is a character in Neonomicon that shows up in Providence, and you should read Neonomicon first.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, so but there you go. So it is, yeah, and like I said, I'll I'll suggest that to anyone who will ever listen. Is is that is absolutely something that's worth, and also, yeah, Alan Moore is kind of just a kook, and
Yeah.
uh
Well, I don't mind the having chunks of text for the most part in things. There's a series that I liked called Thieves and Kings, and it's older and stuff, but he has the way he deals with pacing is that the it's standard kind of comic book fare, and as things slow down and become dialogue heavy, it'll just be more and more text on the page, and then it'll be like, oh, okay, well, this column is a column of text and pictures over here, and then as it gets even more into back and forth dialogue, it'll be like, oh, here's an illustration in the corners and dialogue, and so but then as it sped up again, it became more and more comic booky again, and so he used it as a like pacing element, and so
mhm.
I can appreciate that. There's a book, there's a series called Monstrous, which is a really good graphic novel series if you like world building, like fantasy world building stuff. Um, and and uh, it does it so I like the series. I think the series is good, and I think what it contains is good. But at the end of each book, there's a thing where a character called Professor Tam Tam, who's a anthropomorphic cat character, that where he's delivering a lecture to students, and so it's basically a little bit of illustration and then block of text, and it's not a pacing element. Every time I get to that point in the books, like I read it because I want the context that it's providing, but it is definitely like a punch in the face. Like you're reading a normal fantasy comic book, and then all of a sudden they're just like block of text because we want to exposition. We want to give you additional context, which is good, but it's also because it's not it because it is not part of the story. Like it's not it is basically okay, the story for this volume has ended. It is time for Professor Tam Tam um to lecture at you for 3 pages. It's always rough when you get to that point in the
Yes.
in the book.
No, I would agree. And it it for me it's like jarring when it does that. Like I was like I'm reading if I wanted to read a book, I'd read a book.
Yeah,
And it's just and now I've got to like it's like it's almost like I just it's like I it's definitely a okay,
yeah,
just
yeah.
which is bothersome to me.
But
Um
if you like fantasy world building stuff, I do recommend Monstrous. It is a good series.
all right, all right, all right, all right.
It's a bit different, and it's a bit fantasy, a bit steampunky, a bit Cthulhu-y.
My son has been devouring my Invincible stuff. Yeah, and like been going through all of that. That's I mean it's probably some of the stuff might not be perfectly age appropriate for him, but I mean uh definitely one of those things where it's like that's just good stuff. I mean Invincible is just it's just well written and
Yeah,
I enjoy that stuff. Uh I realized the other day that I had never completed reading all um of Powers. If you ever read Brian Michael Bendis's Powers.
I've not read. I'm aware of it, but I have not read it.
Yeah, and I went online. I was like, well, they gotta have a compendium, that I could pick up and read. And oh my gosh, and of course it's like I'm like a year and a half, 2 years too late. The stuff's out of print, so it's like if I want to track down like all six of the compendium, it's like it's a fucking mint,
Yeah,
to like to get, I'm like, well, that might be one of those things where I'll like try to find it digitally and just break out my comic book reader and just read that and just do it digitally instead of having the physical media. I'm usually loath to read anything digitally. I don't like reading off of a screen any more than I have to.
I prefer physical also.
Yeah, dead trees, baby. Dead
Yeah,
trees.
yeah. No, we've got we appreciate physical books here. We definitely have bookshelves full of stuff. So
Um, if you ever like look at all your books and you don't want to like and you want to actually like get pennies on the dollar for them, the guy at rpg buys all books. Doesn't matter what it is, and you just basically take a picture of what you want to get rid of.
mhm.
He tells you what he will pay you for them, and he pays for the shipping. He'll send you the
Oh,
shipping. He'll send you the FedEx shipping barcodes, and he just says you gotta pay for the. He's like you gotta pay for the boxes and the tape, but I'll pay the shipping. And then as soon as he gets them, and he just gives you the money.
Well, so it's good to know the pace for the shipping part is interesting. Normally, when we've gotten rid of books, in the South at least, I don't know how far up it goes, but I'm pretty sure it's a more southern chain. There's a chain called Half Price Books, um,
Yep.
and there are several locations in the DFW Metroplex. So whenever I go down to visit family, we you can sell books there, and.
But
Uh,
don't they give you, it's like, here's my 100 books. Okay, you get $2 store credit. Thank you very much.
yeah, yes. Uh, but it really it depends on exactly how in demand those books are because they have a computer thing that says, oh, we don't have this book in stock in any of our things, so it's more valuable, or this is something that we have turned over this many times in the past, whatever. So this is more valuable, and this is something that we have a million of. So we're going to either we're going to hand it back to you and say that we don't need any additional copies or whatever, and then some range in between where you end up getting 50 cents to a couple bucks per book, usually. Um, and so yeah, yeah. But I think that's the case anytime you're gonna bulk off books. Like if you want to make money off of books, you need to be like listing them individually on eBay or something. So it depends on how much effort you're willing to put into it. That's what you'll see people go to like Goodwill or estate sales with their phone, and they're scanning books and looking at recent prices, and you'll see them, go through the entire rack at the Goodwill or the thrift store, scanning every single book to see which ones uh, they can turn for, cover price or higher if they eBay it. And or even half of cover price in a lot of cases, it makes it worthwhile for them to
Well,
grab
I'm
it.
sure that's their realm of fun.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking for that lost little piece of treasure or whatever. I there's a bookstore, a used bookstore here in town that it's a giant cluttered mess. I mean, nowadays most used bookstores they try to like sort everything and put everything together really well. I mean, this guy, yeah, he's got like three or four shelves that are kind of well done as far as like what he's got. But then like there's a vast majority of it is just piles and piles of books. And and like if somebody comes in there with a box of books, they're like, "Yeah, are you buying?" He's like, "Nope, but I'll take a donation if you will." And he's just like, "I'm not buying anything," that kind of thing. And sometimes they'll just say, "Yeah, you can have it." And the guy's kind of a flake too. He's kind of a weirdo. But uh when you when you select a book that's on the shelf, like um I remember one time I was there and like I found like two or three books that I was like, it's like something I was looking for. This sounds interesting, kind of thing. And I brought them up, and like and I was like, and this is I was like, and I knew what the books were worth, and I was like, this is actually not that bad of a deal. Like, I mean, it was like what he was selling them for. And like one of the first things he did was he started like he looked up what they were worth, and they inside the cover they were like, whatever the price was, like I don't know, it doesn't matter. But he looked up, he's like, yeah, that price is wrong. I got to charge you like
Oh,
twice this. Oh, I that price is wrong. I got to charge you like $7 more for this one. I was just like, well, you can keep them then. I
yeah.
was just like, yeah, I mean, I was like, he's like, oh, well, sorry. And I was like, well, I'm glad I wasted an hour looking through your stuff to like, and I was like, and that's one of those things too, where if ever I was gonna like go back in like a month and see if those books are still on the shelf, it's like, well, you could have gotten some money for them, but I guess you're
Yep.
happier with them just sitting there
Uh,
collecting dust.
Jen and I went to we were in Nyack, New York, and there's a small bookstore. Hang on, I'm gonna share a picture. Um, uh, boop. That was like what you're describing. Um, I don't know if you
Ooh,
can see that. So
wow.
so yeah, is like yeah,
What a mess.
yeah, and they're roughly like you can see. travel and cooking. And so there's some rough sections going on.
I would say it's rough. Yeah.
Um, and this is so it's hard to tell. So in this picture, you can see how there's kind of this aisle that goes behind that one shelf there, but it's kind of hard to get to, and there's like a step up and stuff. And that's what this is that dark aisle of blocked offness.
Well, and he's
Um,
got lights up above. Why doesn't he turn those on? That's
I
like
I don't know. I don't know.
I,
But yeah, yeah, it was just like that. And he you would walk in and he would explain that if you wanted something from the middle of the stack, you needed to take from the top of the stack first until you got down to it and not try and pull it out of the middle. Otherwise, things would fall. And I said that if you needed help, he would help you. And we searched through stuff and we found a book and he like recognized the author and talked about the author with us and knew which shelf we had pulled it off of and things like that. But yeah, yeah, it's
so
a thing.
he was a weirdo. I know. I mean, if you own a used bookstore, there's something, kind of wrong with you. I
Yeah.
mean, just I mean, it's it is not a money making um enterprise by any means. It
Yeah.
is.
Oh, here's more. Hang on. Oop. And so this is a picture showing uh how all
It
the
looks like
shelves
there's a
were.
Piers Anthony book back there.
Yeah. So every shelf is jam packed and there's books behind books on every shelf. Uh, just throughout the whole thing. And this is his little section labels and yeah. So this is the children's section, which looks comparatively, okay. And I think that's a side effect of those books being so large, so many big picture books.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, that's yeah. So definitely, I can definitely appreciate that style of book. Like if I'm not going in looking for something in particular, like if I'm going into a Barnes and Noble, a lot of times I know what I want. Um, but if I'm in the mood to browse, I'm totally on board with browsing just full on random. Um, Welcome to Hoarders Nightmares books. Yeah, good luck finding anything. Yeah.
Um, have you ever watched the documentary, The Booksellers?
Have not.
I think you and your wife would enjoy that. It was like it was right before the pandemic, which is the only way I think they probably made it up. But it just focuses on booksellers in New York City. Um, and like it focuses on I think it's like two or three different like independent bookstores and then like one big mass market one.
Hmm.
And they and it just focuses on like kind of like how they got into it, why they do what they do. They talk about um you know collecting rare books and things like that. I just rewatched not a great movie, but not a bad movie, so to speak. That The Ninth Gate,
Johnny
which
Depp movie.
Johnny Depp, yeah, the Johnny Depp who
That was a weird movie.
it was a weird movie. Um, chasing after and trying to find the lost book that would summon the devil or whatever. Uh, yeah, no, I mean, yeah, that was a weird movie. I will fully agree. That
And it
was
turned out that the ninth gate was love after all.
no,
Oh,
no. It turned
yeah,
out
yes.
the Ninth Gate was
Yeah.
killing the two cult leaders and having a succubus drain your soul
Th-
and
th-
sell it to Satan.
that was the love part.
Oh yeah, the love, the deeply held love at the very end.
Yes.
Um, yeah. No, I remember that movie. That movie came out 25 years ago. I was
Oh
like,
well.
whenever I see a movie, I'm like, oh yeah, I went to go see that movie in the movie theater. How long ago was that? Oh, forever ago.
Yep.
Like
Yes.
a million years ago that movie came out. Uh, but yes. Um. Anyway, Forrest, what have you been up to, man?
Just got done watching the Knicks Pacers game. It was chef's kiss. It's why I love basketball.
Hmm.
Went to overtime, spectacular. Tyrese Halliburton got the ball with like zero point 0.6 seconds left, and instead of just taking the shot that would have tied the game, took 3 steps back to try and take a 3-pointer to finish them in Madison Square Garden. Hits the shot on an amazingly high bounce, then does the Reggie Miller choke. Turns out his foot was on the line. They go to overtime. He's fantastic in overtime and they win. But it was so good because I watched part of the Timberwolves game and it was not good. It was not fun, the part that I watched. And so this
No,
was
they were hanging tough for like the until like and then the third quarter they just fell apart.
yeah, I caught the I was about for beginning of the fourth, I think, and I was like, oh, I'll watch a bit of this, and it was yeah. I don't think anybody's gonna beat OKC, but the Knicks and the Pacers, they were fun as hell to watch. Two very fun teams to enjoy.
Nope, I had a bunch of my friends who were like, Timberwolves, going all the way. No, I was like, Oklahoma is going to hand us our heads.
They're
And
really they're really good.
yeah, I mean, there's a reason why, well, yeah, but blah, 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 took them to 7 games. I was like, we'll be lucky if we get to five. Just settle down.
That's what I was telling my kids. I was like, yeah, I'm excited for the Lakers. I'm excited for the Pacers, but I was like, you guys, they are historically good. They are historically defensively good. They are historically offensively. They're just historically, out of all the teams to ever play basketball, ever, they're fucking great. And they're the youngest team in the league. I was like, telling my kids, if you want to jump on a bandwagon, you should jump on their bandwagon right now. Like, it's like you got good times for the next decade, most likely.
Well, yeah, and it's just, and then I had, people, oh, he's just, oh, this guy complains all the time. But yeah, it's like, just shut up. Just whatever. It's the NBA. If you're going to complain about flopping and whatever, you're going to lose your mind. It's just the way the NBA played now. So,
They're fun as hell to watch, though. Their defense, oh my gosh, they're the funnest defensive team I could think I could like. They attack nonstop. They're like, yeah, the refs aren't going to see everything. We're just going to attack the shit out of you. We're going to get these steals and yeah. I'm not rooting for them because I don't like young teams, but man, I'm rooting for them.
no, OKC will win it all.
Yeah, but I can hope they choke. The Pacers win or the Knicks. I like it. I don't like either of them. Played a new game. Well, not a new game actually. They sent me an old game, which was up. I played Aqua Garden. Very enjoyable. It's
Why was it
a
enjoyable?
you create your own aquarium. It's a what? Not the because I'm drawing a blank on the Moncala esque thing where you might go 7 spaces forward to get something specific. That means people can hike and pick up everything. But the theme comes across pretty well of creating the aquarium, and like I got the base game, and there's like a bunch of expansion content I guess out, and it just adds new fish, which add new scoring ways and new things they do, and it's a really the rules aren't great, but I really enjoyed it so far. Played it 3 players and played it solo. I don't think I'd play it solo again, but it's a good way to learn. Aqua Garden. It's good. Very good. I'm excited
Who's
to play
the
it more.
who's the
Gonna teach
designer?
Oh,
Ah, who? Hey, who? I don't even know who the publisher is.
yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I just covered a Kickstarter critique from like a year or so ago. Like, hey, you want a game? And I was like, yeah, sure. And they sent it to me. So, let me look. Aqua Garden. I think it was Boscoa, Tatsuka Chuo. And the company is Uchi Bakoyu.
Easy for you to say.
I'm stealing that one. I'm stealing that. Yeah, the designer's got he did Ostia, which
Ostia Games.
no, Ostia. It's a game. It's pretty highly rated, 2200. Yeah, I like Aqua Garden a good deal though. I'm excited to play the expansions, and it came out in 2021. So I'm guessing they're doing new stuff for it soon. Hopefully they improve the rule booklet. That's the only thing. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't good.
Me and Annie were just talking about bad rule books.
Oh,
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah. Rule books that say, we dare you to learn how to play our game. Just
See,
you
those ones aren't so bad to me because at a certain point, it's like, okay, I won't. Just I'll put you on the shelf over there, and I fucking won't. There you go. Cool. You just become dust. You become part of the wall. Maybe I'll get back to you. Maybe someone will get really ambitious and say, "You want to learn that game? Take it home with you. We'll play it next week on game night. You fucking rock. Like we like it. You keep it. Like that sort of thing." But with my ones are the ones I just did 10 days across the national parks, which is like the sixth, I don't know, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh game in the 10 days across series or 10 days in the series. They had the Europe, the North America. The op is redoing it. They did 10 days across the United States last year. They have a new one out this year, 10 days in the national parks. And that rule booklet pissed me off even more because it did the thing that I hate more than anything, which I don't mind. If you confuse me, I just quit. Like, whatever. But when I don't know. Like, I think we're doing this right. And it's like, all right, one of those, whatever. But then you get like two, and you get like three, and you're like, really? Like, I think we're doing this right 2 or 3 times. And it's like, because those are the worst, because you're like, surely this is in the rule booklet. It's such an obvious question. It's in the rule, and it's not. And you're searching everywhere, and you just feel stupid. You're like, oh, is it in the examples? They put somewhere stupid where it shouldn't be, and you just flip it through, and you're like, oh, it's not there. It's like, all right, we just got to make a house rule immediately. Like, what is it? What are we doing here? And it stalls the game. It pisses me off, and that's a grievance. Just 10 days across the national parks to the op. What the hell were you doing? And I broke it down in my video. I was so annoyed with them. Because it's not reprinting a game. This is an original title, but it still is a map of the United States with locations you have to go to. And they did it in a really stupid way on the cards where the thing they're spotlighting is like spotlighted and then everything else is just black. And what they did in the original was they showed outlines of things nearby, states nearby, so you could kind of see where it was. And this is extra evidence because most of the national parks are on the West Coast. So there's just like a clump of like 7 or 8, and you're just trying to find it. And it would have been so much easier if they just would have put the outline of the states on the cards like they did in 10 days in the United States. And presumably the other games in the series. They took away something that was on the other game and was helpful and fucking took it away. And it's like, why would you do that? And then, oh my God, the example. I just want to get the example and just shame them right now. It's so bad. Like, they were very wishy-washy on the way you can go. It's like, all right, if things are bordering each other, then you can go to them. But they didn't say if states were bordering them. They said if the national parks are bordering themselves. And then all the examples, there's like 4 examples of shit bordering it, are like this close next to each other. That's it. There's none where they're like, triple that or double that, where it's like, oh, this is too far or this isn't okay because that. They're just like, here's a tiny little fucking blurb of like, these are connections. Like, it's a, like, you look at the example and you're like, who the fuck greenlit this example? Like, why don't you give me more? Show me a camp do? She's like, there was the stupidest example and they have nothing else. It's just like, oh yeah, here's how you can go from here to here. And it's like, so you immediately read it like, well, I get, because there's some where you're like, oh, can I trek this? Can I trek from halfway the fucking bottom of Texas up to fucking Oklahoma? Can I do that? Because you can tell me like, it is just the shit that you pick up in fucking playtesting. Like, is this okay? Like, I just don't understand it. And it like, it's like, And there was another one too, where it's just like, really? And it's such a simple game mechanically, that the fact that there's 2 or 3 I think we're doing it the right ways is just a complete and utter fuck up. Like on things as crucial as movement, because it's a dirt simple game. You draw a card, you discard a card, and it's just I said it's like this is technically a better game because they added a little bit more strategy, but what they did to the rules and like yeah. So on the back, so pretty much, and I think all of them, there's like specific stuff where it's like, okay, we have to clarify that if you go to this peninsula up here in Michigan, or if you go from this ocean to that ocean, or once you get to Alaska, Hawaii, you can't do this because there's weird situational stuff, right? And on 10 days in the United States of America, they would mark on the board with just a little exclamation point to say, oh, hey, there's something special about this location. You immediately go to the back of the rule book and be like, oh, I can't do the fucking RV card or something to this, right? They got rid of that. It's like, why would you get rid of helpful iconography on the board that was in the last game? It's a mind-boggling decision why you would do that. It doesn't remove any theme from the game. It's just a tiny little exclamation point that makes everything easier. And it's just, I was so excited for that game. And then I was just so annoyed. And I played it twice with my kids. And after we got done, I was just like, what'd you guys think of that? And I tried not to bias them with my thoughts because they both played 10 Days in the United States of America, and we still own that one. And they're like, yeah, I think we'd rather play 10 Days in the United States of America. We talked about it a little bit. And then I got out 10 Days in the United States of America, and I was like, oh, just the choices they made from one game to the other, these tiny choices, and there's not a lot in this game. It's just so I don't get it. I don't get it.
So after that rant, Andy, I thought of two things.
Wait. And that, kids, is How I Met Your Mother.
So I thought of two things. One, remember that at Origins, when we had Guilds of London, we had that line of people, and also we had Deluxe Orleans as well. And people were basically, because one was, I mean, it was just like people were buying one or both, of those things. We had just lines and lines and lines of people. And I remember I got my copy of Guilds of London, and we just did a straight, like you guys saw that at Essen and then said, hey, let's publish this kind of thing.
No, the designer approached us with it. It's not, yeah, I mean, there's very little development aside from like some rules stuff and things like that. But yeah, like it was an original. It's not like we saw it from another publisher at
Yeah. So I remember being so infuriatingly mad about one of our games that got published because the examples page of what the iconography did, it didn't explain every single icon. It actually, and if you knew every icon, you could extrapolate it. You could figure it out by looking at every single one. And I was just like, why didn't we just have an example for every single one of these? Why didn't? And I realized we probably just took the rule book that the guy had and just said, okay, it's good. And because it was easier to do that. I remember. Then the second thing I remember was we were having an internal meeting, and then he was coming out with an expansion for that. And I said, the Wards of London, I think it was called. And I said, and people were like, I don't know. It's like, do we want to publish it? I was like, man, it seems like Guilds of London, people really like that. I think it would be foolish not to do the expansion. And then for the first time ever, there was a pause. And then Andy posted in our Slack, he's like, well, looking at the user numbers and what we sold, I think Lance is right. I think that it would be a really good thing for us. I was like, holy shit, Andy agreed with me. It's just like, I still have that screenshot somewhere. Just like, because I don't know how many times for that I was like, why don't we do this? And then you'd be like, and not mean, but he's like, actually, I don't think that's the right way we should go with this. I think what we should do. I'm like, God, you, Andy. You know, it's just every single one of my ideas. Then finally you're like, I think Lance is right. I think we absolutely should reprint that. You know, Chimera Station was another game that was fun. That like, you know, just
Yeah. Well, so Game Brewer, who is our partner for
yeah,
that.
pour one out for Game Brewer as well.
Yes, pour one out for Game Brewer. There was a point where they asked me if I had the contact information for the designer because they wanted to make more of it, and so I gave it to them, and I assumed that they were unable to reach him because that was before a while before they announced they like 2 years before they went down. So I assume they weren't able to reach him or something because one would assume if they reached him, he would be like, yes, sure, please give me money for this thing that I designed, right? Because most people would. And but yeah, so apparently it did well enough for them. It did fine for us, right? But it was not. Again,
Yeah.
it was just like a one and done.
I do remember I remember we what was it? God, I can't even remember now. Yeah, what was that fucking God, what was the game? Oh, the designer of Homesteaders. Remember how we couldn't get a hold of
Yeah,
him when we
yeah.
wanted to do a reprint? Like multiple emails. Like didn't like Michael end up sending him like a certified piece of certified mail or something like that for him to finally respond to us or something
I'm
like
not
that?
sure what the catalyst was for him responding, but yeah, it took a while to get him to I my vague understanding was it took a while for him to unplug from World of Warcraft to be like, oh yeah, sure. Whatever.
Seriously? That's what
Uh,
it was? I heard he was just like, oh, I don't like the industry anymore or something.
it might have been a different video game, but yeah, something like that. That is my vague understanding without having interacted with him or anything like that, right? Because that was not my Homesteaders was not my baby. Um, but yeah,
Homesteaders is one of the best auction games ever made. And that is Alex Rockwell's only design. That's the only thing he's ever made.
yeah, yeah. No, it's really really solid, and it definitely holds up. Um, as long as you're okay with like you can definitely it's a game where you can definitely make a bad choice really early and have be on the back foot for the rest of the time but um
Yeah, you can get stuck behind the eight ball if you start
overload
you start your little town with the wrong fucking building
yeah
and you can't get off the ground.
or you think that you need to take out way more loans than you actually do um
Yeah.
something along those lines. So you can, but I that's a common thing in a lot of games. I get a lot of games where there's engine building in particular. If your first play of it, you have to accept that you may not have a good idea of how your engine will look at the end and be like, this first play is to experiment and figure it out, and you accept that you know you might heavily misstep early on and regret it very quickly and then for the rest of the game.
It's like the first time that you sit down and play an 18xx game and somebody's like, "Well, you just lost."
Yeah,
And you're like, "What?" Just
yeah,
like because you know,
yeah.
they
There's an
just
auction
shake.
and there's an auction and you outbid somebody and they're like, yeah,
Yeah, you're done. What do you mean I'm done? Ah, you'll see. 3 hours later,
yeah.
just as you're just watching everybody else just escalate. And what's uh what's um jeez. My son just snuck up on me. What's
I've
going on,
been
buddy?
here for like 30 seconds.
Hey, you going to bed?
Yeah.
All right, good night, buddy. See you in the morning.
My fingernail is no longer mostly black.
Well, that's good. That means all the blood finally drained away. All right.
There's like some right next to the cut, but
Well, how does it feel?
better. It doesn't really hurt anymore unless I like.
All right. Hey, we got to go to the gym tomorrow. We didn't go today.
Mhm.
All right. Love you, dude.
Mhm.
He was playing with his VR and he ended up punching the
Punching something.
wall
Oh,
and he cut a big giant like chunk out of his right hand pointer finger. Bleeding, he was bleeding like a stuck pig. I was like, do we need to go in? And I eventually was like, I think you'll be okay. So we ended up not heading into the emergency room, but or the urgent care because I don't, but it's healing up okay.
and
But he,
long story short, he's now Frodo of the Nine Fingers, and
yeah, yes, no. We were gonna go. It was arms and upper body today, but he was like, I don't think I can grip the bar, just so we'll have to go. Uh, no, I don't want to. I mean, I don't want to sit here and dwell on a bunch of uh TMG stuff, but like, did we ever get like demoed a game that you were like, oh, you like, and we didn't sign it, but then it turned out like it got like just went over huge, and then like you're like, oh dang.
yes,
Okay, good answer. And the only one I know for sure was that weird what Everdell, wasn't that one of them?
yes.
They got shown to us.
The what it is now is a bit different from what was shown to us, but yeah, he showed a version of that much earlier in its um, iteration process to us.
I try to say to myself, well, we would have made it something different. It wouldn't
Yeah,
have been,
yeah, no, that's a big thing is a lot of times the success stories are not this would have been a guaranteed success in everybody's hands. It was a success because it was in the right company's hands at the right time too. It can be a big factor. Like when something gets released and which reviewers they choose to send it out to, and lots of little stuff can work together to make something a success that otherwise, because there are plenty of great games that really see one printing and then are effectively gone, or maybe two printings, and you play it and you're like, oh, this is going to be game of the year or whatever, and it's just
I've never played anything better than this.
yeah, and and then it just falls off the face of the earth, and it's just there's yeah, timing, luck, presentation, right? Like we definitely would have had different presentation than they had. um uh lots of things lead to success, and sometimes those things are like there are some games that I think are borderline really bad that sell a bajillion units, and continue to sell a bajillion units, but they found the right audience at the right time, and so they got a hold. They got their hooks in, and managed to ride the sandworm to
Ha!
success.
Yeah. Shane will commonly say, he's like, I don't know what people want anymore. It's just like, it's like, I mean, Last Light has sold very well for us, right? I mean, it's like no complaints whatsoever for, how much, money and success Last Light has given us. But it's one of those things where it's like, I mean, this is Space 4X that plays, 8 people in 75 minutes, and it still feels like you're playing Space 4X. I'm like, you just feel like, why don't what concoction, what thing did we miss that just didn't hit right for people, right? And it's you hate to say it's infuriating, but it's one of those things where it's like you you end up kind of like, what is it, that just isn't, that didn't hit for people, I guess. Yeah, and it's annoying. It's tough. But you just gotta do that. I can't think of his name right now, but um a publisher, and I'm not going to name the name of the publisher, but we were talking once at a convention, and he said, and I was like, well, how you been? And he's just like, I'm doing okay. I mean, it's just like, I mean, and he's kind of a one man crew, right? He's maybe got like one or two people that he kind of relies on, that he probably, hires as, just
Mhm.
like, as on a case by case basis, but he doesn't have a full-time employee. And he's like, he said, I just see, whenever I do a crowdfunding project, I mean, it's, I'm keeping the lights on, and I'm scratching another lottery ticket, and I'm hoping like I just find the right combination of whatever is needed, that'll just win people over. And I'm like, and it's kind of sad, but you know, it's kind of the way it goes. I mean, it's just you never know exactly what's going to hit and what isn't. Um, Shane said the worst thing that ever happened to him was that he published Champions of Midgard, and it went over like gangbusters. And then the second game he published was Deception Murder in Hong Kong, and he was like, this is easy. It's like, why isn't everybody publishing games? And it's just like, you hit two evergreens, two bangers right out the door,
Mhm.
and you're just like, he's, and it's just, yeah. I mean, like,
Right, and
what do
then you're confused when the reality sets in on the games where it's like, oh, it is not it is not automatic. It is
well, yeah. I
there's,
mean,
yeah, people that I'm sure he was like, oh, I can just predict hits, and it's like, nope, nobody can predict hits. You got lucky a little bit there.
yeah, no, and that's just it. Um, it's crazy, right? I mean, it's just, he hadn't gotten me my plane ticket to Columbus, and I just finally, I was like, hey, Origins. He's like, yeah. And I was like, am I going to Origins? He's like, yeah. And I was like, well, I don't have a plane ticket yet. And he's like, oh. I mean, I said, he said, if you don't want me to go, I can stay. No, he's like, you're fucking going. I'm not sitting in a booth. He's just like, I was like, okay. I thought for a briefest of moments, I thought I was like, I don't have to have an Origins booth, which is just, I don't know if you haven't been to Origins in a while, but and I don't mean anything mean to the people that run it or anything like that. The people that run it are super nice and kind and everything like that. But man, it's just a dead zone. It's just like you feel like, hey, it's Mr. Brown's shirt. I saw you 5 times today. It's just like, it's like the same 20 people and every day, and it's just kind of like, you just sit there and you just watch them wander by. And I think it's more of a convention where people go to play games and have
Mhm.
events than it is to like go to a vendor hall
Yeah.
and do whatever.
Um, but yeah, on the as far as choosing good titles or titles that have a good chance at success, because that's the way I look at it, right? Like, is that uh every title, even really bad ones, have a chance at success, and in fact some bad ones do succeed, and you're like, why did that succeed? And you're like, oh well, I guess it was always fact. But the but and you can do things to help it, right? Like if it's got good art, it has a better chance to succeed. If it has a good rule book, it has a better chance to succeed. But you can never be like, I know for sure this is going to succeed, because everything is fickle. And that's why whenever invariably when people are on a panel or something else, and they're talking about how they only choose the best of the best games, and it's like, yeah, What about your three stinkers last year?
No.
That your company goose egged and then ended up in the bargain bin. Was that the best of the best, or was that you thinking it was going to be good and you liking it, and that's fine. But let's not pretend that there's not some degree of subjectivity to what is good and what is not. Here, it
No,
is
it is, to me, it is one of those things where, um, what I think is an amazing game, uh, it doesn't mean anything to anybody else. And the thing is that I am of the opinion that nobody should be asking me what I think is an amazing game because, like, as I've been told repeatedly, you don't even like games anymore. I'm like, I was like, there might be some truth to that. I find myself to be extremely picky with the games that I play. And it's just, and I am very nonplussed with most things that are presented to me. And most games to me now are, I play it once and I'm like, well, that was fun. I never need to play that again. I mean, or it's, that wasn't much fun. Why did I waste my time on that? Why did I waste my very limited left of my lifetime on that? On that. I wish I had never played that game before. Yeah, I don't know. It's I uh uh Shane sent me a thing where it's I think um Eric Lang's tweet. He said teach a man a game, he'll have fun for an evening. Uh convince a man to make games for a living, he'll never have fun again.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, it's just,
you want to see a fun game?
is it Balloon Pop?
This is an older game. Um, this is the
So it isn't Balloon Pop, is
it
what
is
you're trying
not
to tell
Balloon
me?
Pop. This is
Balloon Pop's
the
good.
basketball game that where you're pressing the button corresponding to a
Oh, I
number,
remember those. Yeah.
pops up the thing. I'm not gonna hit the correct thing. What is it? 3?
Yeah, no, I definitely have played that one. I played one that was actually more, it was larger than that. My brother and I played it, and it had like these two big hoops, and the hoops actually came down, and like there were several different spots, and it was a ping pong ball that you played with. It was pretty
That would be
amazing.
cool if it was that big.
Say his name and he appears. Balloon Pop, underrated. I enjoy this one. Why you trashed on Balloon Pop, Lance?
Well, I heard the designer's kind of a dink, but other than that,
Still on my shelves. I enjoy it solo.
Um, yeah, yeah. No,
Spoiler alert, Andy's the designer of Balloon Pop.
yeah.
Oh.
Oh, that's where the
Now I
that's where
get
the
it.
zing
Now I get
is.
it.
That's where we're hiding the zing on that
Yeah.
one.
No.
Um,
No, Balloon Pop still does exactly what it's supposed to do, right? Like I was happy with that design as far as the thing, right? Like you're trying to run up to a line but not be the person who crosses it, right? And
yeah.
so you're like playing this chicken of try and get as close as you can. But if you get too close, obviously you're going to be the next person to
Well, I gotta tell you, the artwork is just mwah.
there's yeah. I mean, there's only one piece of art for the game, right?
Yeah, I know.
It
And
is the cover art.
Nailed
I don't
it.
know. I don't know who we hired at Fiverr for that one, but yeah.
He did several things for us.
Don't ruin my joke.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. Evan, I see you're here. I'm gonna go. I gotta check out a couple of people that just got home, and then I'm gonna come back and we'll do initials. So hold on one second.
Evan,
What up?
anything new on that pilot yet?
Pilot?
Yeah, were you the milkman?
Oh, I was a mailman.
Dude,
No, dude, that was like 2 years ago.
a mailman could deliver milk.
Hey, it often does. I don't think it's happening, dude. I wish. Yeah.
Really had my horses saddled to that one, bud.
I know. I think that was 2 years ago. I have have another little short film coming out where I play everything that's wrong with local politics.
That sounds fun.
That sounds like
Essentialized
that sounds
into
like a
one
long
character.
movie.
No. It's like a 13-minute film.
Oh, okay.
It'll
Sounds
be
like a fun one to play, though.
Oh yeah, it was a blast. I got to be a total horse's ass, as they're called. It was fun. We guys
Is
up to it.
are you a politician in that? Are you in a suit
Yes.
being schmoozy?
Yes. Telling people how much I care about their things that concern them and then roll my eyes. It's delightful.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun. My buddy who briefly ran for local politics wrote it and basically took a bunch of his experiences and put them into this character. It was fun. It was delightful.
Yeah. So, normally, historically, I should say, I have not been big on politics because it's like a bad game, right? Like
Yes.
it's and stuff. But relatively recently, I've been like, man, I, you know, am I upset enough about stuff that I'm gonna I want to
Yeah.
go play a bad game.
Yeah. There you
man.
go. Get in the game. That's the way to do it. I'm getting
Hey,
in one of these
Forrest
days.
tried that a little while back.
Yeah, I did a speech in front of a group of women who did not particularly like me. And that was that was a fun experience. And then I found out we were gonna have a kid, and I was like, oh yeah, let's just not waste all my time doing that. And
Never mind.
yeah, priorities. I don't need to be stressing my wife about any additional stupid shit for all
Right.
the stuff I already did. Like, there's already
Right.
just a giant pile of that.
I heard that Matt Paquette was going to be running for premier of Canada.
Yeah. Soon.
Prime Minister?
Yeah, whatever the right word is. Prime Minister is a good one.
Well, we have Premier of provinces,
Yeah.
which I could also run for because.
Could you be? Can you
No,
be
he was
second
correct,
minister?
and you just totally shit on it. He was,
Well, it depends on good.
dude. You're not fucking prime minister material. He's saying you're fucking prime whatever the word was, and you're telling
Premier?
yeah, he know what he
I think
said.
it's primo.
Our
which we know
state
means
governors,
cousin.
our state governors are provincial premiers,
Yeah.
Premier, that was the word.
and our prime minister is president. Anyways,
Who's the one that is like famous for cocaine? Is that
Doug Ford.
yes, Ford.
Eric Clapton.
Yeah, that's my province.
Yeah. So what you're saying is you could win, and that's why you should run.
We can thank Doug Ford for allowing grocery stores and convenience stores to sell booze.
Nice.
He's
Is
got
that out in
priorities.
Toronto.
What's that? Yeah, he's in Toronto.
Dude, give the people what they want.
Although I have Kevin Bacon degrees of separation between the current and former prime minister to me. I took gymnastics with Justin Trudeau when I was 10 or 11 years old.
Yeah, that'd be a big blow with him stepping down. How'd you handle that? Not being able to, I mean, that fun fact becomes, slightly less fun.
Oh, I think he's fine. I mean, it was a tough.
No. I mean, personally for you.
I know,
When
I'm
he's the
fine.
prime minister, that story is fucking money, and now it's great, but it's not as good. Like, he's
It's
a bit
okay.
selfish of him.
He's fine.
Should have hit him up.
And then our current prime minister, Mark Carney, he's my old boss at the Bank of Canada.
Yeah.
What? I will say, from the clips
Canada's
I've
a
seen of
small
him,
country.
I like him.
Oh yeah,
Like-
he my old boss, like 7 levels above me.
I do want to congratulate you/Canada on having an acceptable result from that recent election.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, I'm really happy with how that. Well, we have Trump to thank for it.
Right.
Actually, So Pierre Poilievre was the Conservative Party leader that lost, and you guys know what Tim Hortons is.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
coffee?
So
Dunkin' Donuts.
yeah,
Yes.
what do you call the donut holes at Dunkin' Donuts?
Munchkins.
So our Munchkins are called Timbits,
Yep.
and
Delicious.
I saw a couple of weeks ago somebody nicknamed Pierre Poilievre Timbit Trump, and I fucking loved it.
Just the whole.
It was fantastic. Yeah, I thought that would hit harder. Sorry.
No, I like it.
I liked his ad with Mike Myers. Thought that was pretty good.
That was neat, eh? Yeah.
Did like that.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I leave and Matthew shows up, Anthony shows up. I got
we were waiting for you to leave, Lance, and then we kind of
Oh, yeah.
came.
Oh, let's
and-
come out.
Oh, there you go. A little Pib extra there in,
I have a grievance.
Yeah.
I've got a hell of a grievance, but I'm gonna
Oh,
wait.
fuck.
I'll be back in like 3. I want to hear this grievance.
Okay. Fine.
Go for it, Matthew. I want to hear it.
People just fucking suck sometimes, I just have to say. That's not my grievance. Well, it's part of my grievance, but it's the lead into my grievance. Staffing the shop has been a fucking nightmare. I'm sure, Evan, you can probably relate to this. But without going into too much detail, we've had a really hard time keeping back of house staff
Yeah.
for the last, how long have we been open for?
3 years.
4 years.
4 years.
It really sucks and then today we had our newest baker just kind of say, I got a text from my wife saying this baker just gave their notice. They're giving us 1 week. I'm like, oh fuck, okay.
Yep.
They've been with us for 3 weeks.
Well, it was nice of them to give you 1 week.
And then okay, that's fine, whatever, it sucks, but
Right.
it is what it is. And then I hop on the Peloton like a couple hours later. I literally am just doing it's the warm-up part of the ride. And my on Apple you can set your devices to be on focus mode, which is like do not disturb.
Yeah.
But you can have certain people in your life that can get through that.
Yeah.
So, and
I'm one of them. Just
my
so you know.
wife is one of them. And so my phone and my watch kind of ding, and I look, and it's another message from her saying, and I thought it was just a repeat saying this baker gave their notice. And I'm like, yeah, I read this. And then I read further, like, effective immediately. I'm like, fuck off. Like, fuck right off.
Yeah.
I was, and I know it's not all of them, but Gen Z fucking sucks. Like,
Testify. Well, they don't care. They'll just find another job. I mean,
there's a YouTube channel of this. I think it's like a business that does photography for houses being sold. And it's this YouTube channel is just the manager on her phone talking to her Gen Z staff. And I came to learn that she's just 45 minutes from me in Brockville, Ontario. And after hearing the discussions that she has with these people, it makes me just sad.
it's you hate to be the person that says, it's like these kids, they just don't know how it is. You hate being that person, but it is a different world, right?
Well, okay, and it's funny you should say that, Lance, because I can't remember who it was, or maybe somebody posted this in the Alaboom or was somewhere else, but we say that, right? We say, oh, Gen Z, they don't want to work, right? Whatever.
Yeah.
And somebody posted articles going back to the 1800s of people saying that every fucking
Yeah,
generation.
every generation. I weep for the future. I
Andy,
weep.
you have to tell me your skincare regimen. This is amazing.
Ooh, I'm beholden to your look.
But is that a new one or is that a
This is not new per se, but it is one of the couple of masks that I got because I specifically wanted a beholder mask
I love it.
from
It's also not a
what we did.
beholder,
I
it's a
love it.
Cyclops Medusa
Oh, what are you
non-trademark
doing?
impending infringing.
No,
Damn.
it is actually D&D licensed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, cool. It's not a what do they call it in Pathfinder?
I don't
They
remember.
don't call it a beholder.
Seeker?
They call it something
Something like
else.
that?
Yeah, I mean, like I've heard Elder Eye in
Mhm.
some things.
Uh, there was an MMO that I played that's still around called Tibia. I played it a really long time ago, and they called them Bone Lords and or Beholders, and then they at one point changed it to Bone Lords so that they weren't
Bone Lord?
Bone Lord. Yeah, it's a horrible name for
Yep.
yeah.
Oh,
Um,
speaking
Yes,
of
it
D and
is.
D or RPGs, Happy Dagger Heart.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, congratulations
Yeah.
on the
Yeah,
Sounds like
release
that
of
that's pretty
that.
launched,
good.
that dropped yesterday. I mean, it's been
Pretty-
out for a while, but it
Yeah.
released yesterday. So it so from what I've seen so far, it's been very, very well received, and I'm
Yeah.
super happy about that.
Yeah, dude. Congrats, man.
Yeah,
Congrats.
thank you.
Damn it, Evan said it first.
The next big
Yeah,
one to drop is going to be in September, which is going
you
to
gotta
be
wait that long to poop. Jeez.
the Stormlight RPG is going to come out in September.
yeah.
So
Well, congrats on that.
Mm. Horace got it first.
Oh,
I
nice.
did.
Congrats.
I meant it more.
um.
Congrats on the
Uh.
congrats.
Yeah,
Forrest.
congrats on the getting congrats.
Thank
Yeah.
you. I didn't think anyone would notice.
congrats on the meta.
Oh,
Congrats.
kitty.
A little kitten there.
It worked out well.
I had to look on the side because mac and cheese are pretty much identical, but cheese doesn't have a black little spot here. Mac does.
Okay. So when a long ass time ago when I worked at this one pizza place, which is I worked at lots of pizza places, but this was like it was called Giovanni's, and there was a guy.
Huh.
He literally came in off the street and he said, "Hey, you guys looking for cooks? I used to be a pizza cook." And the um and as luck would have it, like we were looking for a cook. And they were like, "Yeah, actually we are." And he's like, "That's awesome. I'm looking for a job. You know, I don't have a car, but I live in an apartment building that's right nearby. This would be a perfect place for me to work because I'd be able to walk here and work. You know, this would be perfect." And they're like, "Well, you know," and they're like, "Well, let me." And so they had a real quick impromptu conversation, and he said, "You know, I could start working today if you wanted." And like we were just getting ready to get into the dinner rush, so he's like, "Yeah, sure, why not?" You know, so the guy just, I mean, making a pizza isn't tough, but I mean, there's, but this is a place where you actually had to flop out the dough and
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
throw it in the air and stuff. It wasn't like, get the frozen dough out of the freezer and put the stuff on it. So and he knew and he could do it, right? He was sitting there and he was just like, so it was like 4 o'clock in the afternoon, lunch, dinner rush is coming in, orders are coming in. We had a dining room area, but almost nobody ever came in and ate. Very rarely. It was all delivery.
Yeah.
And so he works through the dinner rush. And so it's starting to wind down. It's like 6:30, 7 o'clock. And he just says, you know, what's the how does like the lunch break or how do breaks work? And they're like, oh well, it's like if you work 5 hours, you can have a free small pizza, whatever you want. And then you can just take a half hour lunch. And he was like, "Oh, cool." And he's like, "Well, when do you think I could do that?" And they're like, "Well, you can probably do it now if you want. We got some time." And so and there was like this little back area, like a bit where the drivers parked, where like people would go out there to like sit. If it was nice out, they'd sit on this picnic table and you'd eat in the backyard, in like basically the backyard of this place. And um So he made himself whatever small pizza he was going to eat or whatever, and he was like, "Well, I'm going to head back and eat." And then and we were like, and it was like, and then I remember like, and sometimes sometimes drivers would park in the back, but I usually like most drivers just parked in the front because it was easier to like get in and out by going in the front. And so 20, 25, 30 minutes goes by and like people are like, where's this guy? And they're like, and he like, and so somebody went back there and he was just gone.
Yeah.
He was back, like and one of the drivers said, did I just see the new guy walking down the street eating pizza, still wearing one of our aprons? It's just like,
He's gone,
yep.
man.
The guy came in. Can I have a job? He made pizzas for 2 hours. He made himself a large supreme pizza and got a free apron and left.
Sure.
That apron is
Yeah.
hanging somewhere. Somebody's proud of that
You know,
apron.
I'm not even surprised by that. The
I was
the
just like, that guy, what? That guy's epic. He's like, man, I'm hungry. I
got
can
a
really go
couple
for a
hours to kill.
pizza.
the
I could probably work for a couple hours to get a free pizza.
the shit that I've seen hiring people, like you have interviews. First of all, I'd say it's a 60-40 split if they're going to show up for the interview, not in your favor.
Hmm.
And if they do show up and they're on time and they interview and they get the job, they may show up for training. And if they do show up for training, another probably 50-50 split. If they do show up for training, they'll train and they may just stop showing up one day. And no show, no call, they ghost you. It's like, oh, I wonder whatever happened to Jane. She was really good. Yeah, I don't know. Just gone.
Yeah. No, I try to tell people when they're like overly worried about um applying for jobs and stuff, that if you show up on time and just kind of try and do your job, okay, you're top 50% at
Oh
least
yeah.
of every workplace. Just showing up on time is
Yeah.
top 50%.
I've worked with people that I've been like, I don't know if I want to keep this person because they do this thing that isn't great or that, but you know what? More often than not, those people were like doing it in fucking spades. They were like follow through Johnny, and
Yeah.
if they were like, there on the spot and they'd follow through, they do the thing every single time, and it's like I can't. That is probably more important than technical ability or whatever because you can train that shit.
Yeah. Willingness and showing up
Oh man.
goes a long way.
I got one
So-
person now that sends me a recap on Friday nights,
That's cool.
unsolicited recap on Friday nights of how the week went. I'm like, can I clone you? You are amazing.
That's manager material.
Former president.
Stop with the foreshadowing, Evan.
Yeah. Former President Ronald Reagan even admitted, he said, I was not a very good actor, but I showed up on time and sober. And so he just kept getting roles.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, he was like, he said, I was lucky that I was tall and I had dark hair and I showed up on time and sober.
Dudes, I don't know, man. Like it's there's no fear of losing your job anymore.
No.
Well, now when unemployment across the board is like 1%. I mean, it's like if you want a job, you can go get a job. So it might not be the job you like desperately want to do, but it's like, yeah, okay, well, you're not allowed. It's like, yeah, you're not going to work here anymore. Okay, I'm going to go across the street and work at the other bakery.
I
See you later.
guarantee you, if I was like when I worked at a movie theater and my manager, and I was a fuck up when I was a kid.
We all were.
be the
You're
first
nothing
one.
special. You're nothing special.
And I fucked up some pretty serious shit when I was working at that movie theater, and my manager a couple of times just tore a strip off of me. And I felt like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I feel like crap.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I'll do better. I'll do better next time. And I don't know if that interchange happens now.
I don't think you can. I don't think you can just yell at somebody anymore. I mean, it's just it's just not something that's accepted anymore.
Like I remember
Um,
I was Christmas Vacation had just come out and we got it at our theater and I was yes, I'm dating myself. And I'm in the back of
lucky
the theater.
you.
I'm in the back of the theater and another movie theater is getting out and I'm supposed to be the one like opening the doors for people like back in the day uh if the customer ever got to the door when the movie was done to open it and it wasn't already open, you failed. You know, you open up the door, you put the little doorstop down, and you make sure that everybody can go. So I'm just like I'm having a ball at the back of the theater watching Christmas Vacation, like the opening weekend or whatever it is. And I remember my manager coming in and literally grabbing me by the arm and pulling me out of the theater. You're right, you can't do that now.
And how old are you?
No.
17?
So that ties into that ties into my grievance. Like,
Hold on, hold on. Yeah, I want to hear this.
okay,
Need a drink for it.
fair enough. All
Okay,
right.
go.
Oh, Matthew,
Yeah.
are you going to either Origins or you're going to Gen Con, right? But not Origins?
No, I'm never going to go to Origins again.
Okay. I might be like getting buying an old school RPG. You ever play Villains and Vigilantes back in the day?
Yes, I had
I
them.
might I might be buying that from a guy who lives in Canada, but he's like it's like $45 to ship it to you. And I'm like, I might know somebody in Canada
Just ship it to
who
me, man.
Yeah, do not ship it to Evan.
it's like
Do not.
I was like, I know a guy in Canada that I possibly could have it like shipped to you and then like you could just bring it to Gen Con with
What
you.
province is he in?
I'd have to look. I don't know. But we can talk about it later. It's no
Yeah,
big
sure.
deal. Anyway,
Oh, we lost
so
Andy.
Andy's got now I gotta wait for Andy to come back so I can tell my story.
Um,
Hold on, I'll tell you what province he's in. Hold on, give me a second here.
I remember I was in Dominican Republic at a resort one time and I met this fella. It was like a family was there and the dad was a teacher at Annapolis, which is like the Naval Academy kind of thing. And like a professor. You'd think he'd be smart. So he's like, oh, you're from Canada. I said, yeah, I am. He's like, that's great. What Providence are you from? And I'm
Nice.
like, Rhode Island?
Edmonton, Alberta is where it's located.
Oh yeah, that if Gavin is going to Gen Con, get it to send to him.
Well, but you're like I'm not as good of friends with Gavin as I am
Because
with
Gavin's
you.
in Calgary, Alberta.
I just
That's like literally on the other fucking side of the country. But go ahead if it's cheap. If it's cheaper, yeah, I'm happy
well,
to do it.
I'll ask and we'll figure it
What
out.
is it? It's just a book, right?
Well, no, it's like it's not only is it the box set of the old Villains and Vigilantes, but it's also like a ton of like the old modules and stuff too. It's like it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's like 14 books of old Villains and
So
Vigilantes.
what, like 6 pounds?
Yeah, I mean, not even maybe because those books are thin, right? But I mean, it's more of one of those things where it's like, oh, if it's just because I used to own this, 1,000 years ago too, and it'd be just cool to own it again, kind of thing.
Okay, hold on.
But
Let's see if we can get this here. Destination K2. And then package, yep, next. And we'll say it's like 9 by 12 by 4, we'll say inches.
okay,
And we'll save
that's what she said.
6 pounds. And how much is that?
He was just being nice to you.
28
Yeah.
bucks Canadian.
Well, so that's like 7 cents American.
Yes, that's exactly.
So, but
So
yeah,
it's like, yeah, it's probably like 20 bucks American.
Yeah, I mean, it theoretically it'd be cheaper. I mean, I'll see. I might not even get it. You know, I mean, the guy might want way more money than I want to spend, and I mean, it's one of those like, wouldn't it be cool if I could get this kind of thing?
I
But
wish I had that still. I wish I had that. I wish I had the Star Trek RPG as well still.
the old Star Trek RPG was quite the RPG, let me tell you.
Because it mixed like ship battles and away missions. It was cool.
Yeah. All right, my grievance. So it's been raining like cats and dogs here. Um, as you know, I've told you the stories of me taking my son to the middle school. And I've told you the story of the guy
Oh, at the
that
parking lot?
the guy that told me I was in the wrong, I had to move and everything like that. And then I actually called the school and I asked them, hey, you know, is it okay if I pick up my son over there? And they said yes. And I said, hey, are those spots that are for visitor parking? I mean, can I park there while I wait for my son to go to school? And they said yes. And I said, hey, is it okay if I drop off my son for school over in that area? And they said yes. So that's where I've been going. Now, school's almost over. It's almost done. Monday, it's raining pretty heavy. And I pull into the parking lot and where I've been pulling in every single morning, I take my son to school uh, every single morning. And it is the same exact way I go. Um, it, it is it is absolutely, and I'm gonna pull up the map because I want to be able to like show this just so I can show what I was dealing with here.
Like you did
So
last time?
like I did the last time. Yes, because I believe with visual aids, this helps elucidate my story.
Good $5 word, Lance.
And it'll help me to be angry. So anyway, here's here's the middle school right here where my little here's Horizon Middle School. Over here, this is the circle of death.
Like
You get
deja
in
vu.
here, it it takes forever to get out. So I don't go in the circle of death. What I do is I pull in this way, I drive down this row, and then I turn up and I go to this location right here where I got my little right there. That's where I pull up to. I pull up to right here. I tell my son, have a good day at school. He says, you betcha. And then he jumps out and then he walks over here to the door of the school. This is the way he goes. He goes, and he walks over here, goes to this crosswalk, and he goes in. That's the way he goes every single day. On Monday, Caleb gets out of the car. We give each other our secret handshake. Give him a hug. Tell him to have a good day. He gets out of the car.
Excuse me.
Now, at this time, there are buses that pull up and they pull up and they do not pull in to the spots like this, like buses. They pull in and they drop off. They drive parallel to the spot and they drop off the kids. They have been told repeatedly that they cannot drive in this crosswalk area. They're supposed to pull in to about here, and then they drive. They're supposed to drive out to here and then travel down there. But they don't do it. They pull up where they can. They get the kids off the bus and they go through. On Monday, my son gets out. He gets to right about here. Gets right about middle way, and there's a bus. This bus slows down. It's raining. Like I said, cats and dogs. He rolls down the window of the bus and he yells at my son. And I can't hear it because I'm like sitting there because I'm waiting for the bus to go so I can pull out and drive away. And he yells at my son, and my son stops and looks at him, and then he points at him and he points. And so Caleb goes back to this little spot right here. And then he crosses over and he goes onto the sidewalk and goes into the school. Now, I'm mad because like, why is this guy yelling at my son? I've been dropping off my kid every single day, the exact same spot, the same thing. And I look at the bus and I see it says bus 222. So the next day, I call the school and I say, so hey, I have a question. And I don't know if they remember my original question when I when I complained about the other guy, but I said, so I had this thing in the school. I was dropping off my kid. I've called before. You said where I drop off my kid is fine. My kid was walking over to the crosswalk area where it's where like you have the and they're like, yeah, where they're supposed to. I was like, exactly. One of the bus drivers stopped, rolled down his window, and yelled at him. And because I asked Caleb what happened, he said I had to go back over to the curb by the tree and then I could cross from there. He said that's where I'm supposed to cross, like go in a straight line. And they're like, oh no, no, no. They should absolutely be like heading to the crosswalk area because that's where it's safe. They're not supposed to park in the crosswalk area. They don't go across. And I was like, okay. I was like, well, you need to talk to this guy because I'm not dealing with some guy yelling at my kid. I mean, I was like, he's literally stopping in the middle of the road to yell at my kid. I was like, I'm not putting up with that. And they're like, and then if they had said to me at that point, we're really sorry, we'll definitely have a conversation with them. Even if it was complete bullshit. Like they weren't going to, they're like, let's get him off the phone and just get it over with. If it was complete bullshit. But they said, yeah, sure, we'll take care of that. And I was like, you're not gonna fucking take care of shit. And I was pissed. But I was like, okay, you know, I was and I just and so I was like, and I was just sitting there and it was just stuck in my craw. And I was still mad, and I was like, so today I pull up, drop my kid off, and I look over, and here comes bus 222 driving parallel to this road. And I'm sitting there, I'm staring at it. And I see Caleb, and I asked him, I was like, were you? He's like, yeah, it's fine, whatever. He didn't care. But I was pissed. And I see Caleb, and he walks up and he walks over to this thing, and then he's crossing that way. Now, I see this bus 222 guy, he's right in front of me. Now, mind you, I'm not the only person that drops off their kids in this parking lot. There's dozens of people that drop off kids in this parking lot. There are dozens of kids who walk to school, who walk through this parking lot and walk straight across doing exactly what my son did. I see 4 middle school age girls walking together, walking right where my son did. The guy's pulling out. He just stops and waits for the 4 girls to go across the street. Doesn't roll down his window, doesn't scream and yell, doesn't do anything to them. And then as soon as they pass, he goes through. And I was like, motherfucker, like you're gonna yell at my kid, but now you're not gonna or whatever. And I don't know exactly what's going on, but I was like, okay, well, just I was already thinking I'm gonna call the school. I'm gonna call the school, and I'm gonna tell them like what I think of this fucking bullshit. But then I see this guy. He drives his bus and he pulls into this parking lot over here. He pulls his bus in over here, and I was like, what is he doing? And so then I'm driving my pickup truck, and instead of going down this road and leaving where I normally do over here, I pull into this parking lot because I want to see what this guy's doing, just because I'm angry and I'm ready to like say something. And I see this guy get out of his bus. Mind you, it's raining. He gets out of his bus, and I see him, and he's like, he got out of the bus to smoke a cigarette because he probably is not allowed to smoke inside the bus or whatever. And so I was like, there was a little bug in my head. Just drive. Don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop. And I was like, no, I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna ask him. So I got out and I walked over to the guy, and he looks at me. I was like, hey, can I ask you a question? And like he's like, sure. And I was like, so I said on Monday, you felt the need to roll down your window and yell at my kid about where they were crossing in the thing. But today there was a group of girls that crossed off, and you didn't say anything to them. You just sat there and waited for them to go by. I guess I'm wondering why. And he goes, well, it's raining today. And I was like, it was raining on Monday. And he was like, hey, I don't have to deal with this. And I was like, no. I was like, you don't get to yell at my kid. And I said, I was just already like bent out of shape already or from earlier. I was like, you don't get to just yell at my kid, buddy. I was like, what's your name? And he's like, what's your name? And I was like, no. I was like, what is your name? What company do you work for? What is the company? Your bus driving company. And he was like, fuck off. And he got back into his bus and he drove away. And I was just this ball of anger and rage. Uh and then of course I get back into my truck and as I'm watching him drive away, and I'm like, and I followed him closely enough so I could see what bus company it is, and I was like, I'm gonna call that bus company, and I just finally just said, I'm not gonna say anything, and I'm not gonna because I also played this through. Look, uh, local boy's father gets into stupid brawl in parking lot, and I just said, I'm pretty sure I put a little bit of the fear of God into him, just like that actions have consequences. And I was just like, no, I'm not gonna go to jail or anything stupid out of this. And I just let it go. But man, I felt old, early 20s Lance, full of anger and spit and vinegar coming to but I just let it go. But I think that guy's gonna be looking for my brown pickup. I can't wait till tomorrow when I go. I'm gonna fucking just evil eye him the entire goddamn time. Let's see, I should probably just let it go though. I should probably just, you know, I said my piece. Uh, anyway, that was my grievance.
That sounds like a real piece of work.
I hate that guy. I don't know what his name is. I uh I I wish all kinds of evil stuff upon him. I just, I don't know, man. You yell at my kids. I just like, I mean, I grew up in an era where you could yell at somebody else's kids. Like you could say, you could come outside. Heck, you can even give them a smack, and like and your parents would probably say, well, you probably deserved it. I mean, just like, but now today's day and age, it's just like I can remember having my friends' moms like yell at us if we were like playing too rough or things like that. And then you felt immediately code by what they did. It's like, oh geez, you know, Mrs. Yeah, Joe Kiefer's mom yelled at us. We go, like running to the hills because we were so scared. But different world, different world. Um, Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty sure I could have taken him though. He was smaller than me, about my age. Um, yeah, I'm pretty sure. But again,
His
yes.
lungs are shot because of smoking.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, absolutely. I mean,
Couldn't last. If he doesn't win the fight in the first 30 seconds, it's going to be winded.
yeah, I mean, and I'm pretty sure it's one of those things too where he was like, "Oh God, I'm gonna go back to work," and somebody's gonna say, "Hey, Bob, could you come to the office for a second?" And it's just like, I'm sure. So I think there's enough of that where it's like, yeah, so you're yelling at kids, just like, yeah, we kind of rely on these contracts with the schools to make money. So you want to just keep your fucking window rolled up and keep your fucking mouth shut? That'd be great, huh? Okay, let's go. Let's go that route.
But you go ahead and come on in on Sunday too.
Yeah, so. But anyway, let's do the initials. I have several things. Also Jeff Sidek was going to show up, but he didn't. But Lifeboat is still on Kickstarter. Please go back that. Jeff's a really great guy. And Lifeboat is a great game.
Jeff who?
Jeff Sidek. He's the owner and designer of lots of games, and he owns Guerrilla Games.
Oh, okay.
And he was going to come on, and he's the one he is now cancer free. He got diagnosed with
Nice.
stage 3 stomach cancer, and yeah, he crushed it. So he can't wait for his long flowing hair to grow back. So all right, here we go. Oh, the initials.
Yes.
Yeah, that might help.
They are T
As in Audi?
No.
Audi TT?
Well, I don't know. Is that a thing?
The car.
I mean, tempo, I guess would be T. All right, here we go.
Tango. Go ahead.
Was a mayor in the movie Last Action Hero. Number 2.
Anthony.
Go for it.
Damn.
Tina Turner.
Tina Turner is
I was
correct.
gonna say that too.
How?
Hero.
You a big fan of Last Action Hero?
I saw it recently.
I love that movie.
I love Tina
Well,
Turner.
I'm again glad I spent all that time coming up with random facts about Tina Turner.
How can all the phone numbers start with 555? Area codes, you know.
Yeah. Is there always a guy in that closet? Every time.
Rubber baby monkey bumpers.
Very, very good. Very good. There's two things I'll remember Last Action Hero. Very good soundtrack album. Like go look at all the hard rock songs that are on that album. Very good.
Yeah, I love that album. Alice in Chains, fucking yeah, it's great.
And then number 2, I always love the line when like the movie things come out and they're of course watching the Seventh Gate or whatever, or the Seventh Sign, and the Grim Reaper comes out and he says, Are you here to take me? And he goes, and he looks at him and goes, No. When you die, you will be a grandfather. And I always love that. It's like, oh, okay, well, I got some time then. But like he tells the Grim Reaper tells the kid that he's not going to die until he's a grandfather. But then wouldn't you then like make sure you never had kids? So I'm gonna live forever. I got a cat who's knocking stuff down. You're the worst, S'mores. You're the worst. All right. This appeared in 1952's Singin' in the Rain. Number 2 is common on BoJack Horseman.
Never saw it.
Number 3. This is commonly connected to warming up. Number 4. Sometimes used by Dr. Seuss.
Evan.
Go for it.
Tongue twister.
Tongue twister, which I thought was funny that somebody did the rubber baby buggy bumper.
Yeah.
Evan, the actor, tongue twisters.
Yes.
Rubber baby buggy bumper.
There you go.
6 sheep sick.
Yeah. All right. Number 1. Sorry. Number 1. Pilots use this during flights. Number 2. Often requires touching. Number 3. Sometimes connected to projects. Number 4. Connected to road warriors.
Force.
Go for it, Forrest.
Tag team.
Yeah, it is. I knew you. I was like, that's the one that's Forrest is gonna get it. I even saw you. I saw you. You're like, And you like bing, it went off in your brain. So
Yep.
yes, tag team.
Back
Tag.
again.
That's clue number 5. Connected to Whoomp.
That would not have helped me in the least.
I would have got that one.
Tag team back again.
Say,
Well,
keep
like
it
I was
lifted,
saying in
let's
the
begin.
Alaboom, go, if you haven't watched it, watch Queen of the Ring. It's really good.
Yes. Warm it up, Chris. I'm about to warm it up, Chris. That's what I was born to do. One of them died of crisscross.
Really?
Yeah, like
Drug
yeah,
overdose.
yeah. All right, here we go. Clue number 1. Connected to Pac-Man. Clue number 2. Briefly mentioned in 2000's Castaway. Clue number 3. Originally from Houston, Texas. Clue number 4. Connected to the colors red, blue, white, navy, and silver. Clue number 5.
Anthony.
Go for it.
Tennessee Titans.
Tennessee Titans is correct.
Second player. Crap.
Yeah. Here we go. Clue number 1. This debuted August 13th, 2008. Clue number 2. Featured method acting. Clue number 3. Featured 4-leaf.
Anthony.
Go for it.
Tropic Thunder.
God damn it,
Oh.
Anthony. I didn't even get to my favorite clue about Tom Cruise.
God, such a good movie.
Just Tom Cruise. Yeah, you. There. Me? Yeah. I want you to walk over to the director. I want you to punch him in the mouth. Just gets up and walks over. Sorry, man. All right. Clue number 1. Have appeared in professional wrestling rings.
Well, it's not tag team.
Ha. Number 2. Frequently seen on NBC's Friends. Number 3. Has connections to the Rockets and the Spurs. Number 4. Connected to the original Wembley Stadium in London, England.
Anthony.
Go for it.
Table tennis.
So you're saying there's a chance.
Clue number 5. Formally opened April 4th, 1973. Final clue. Has a connection to September 11th, 2001. Matthew.
In Towers?
Twin
Oh, yeah.
Towers is correct. Is correct.
Isn't it technically World Trade Center though?
Yeah, but they were called the Twin Towers. Number 1. Originally from England. Number 2. Its governing body is headquartered in Switzerland. Number 3. This goes by many different names.
Anthony.
Go for it.
Table tennis.
Table tennis is correct. Or ping pong. All right. Number 1. Was connected to a heist in the movie Heat. Number 2. Was connected to a chase in Lethal Weapon 2. Number 3. Was driven by the T1000. Go for it.
Toyota Tundra.
And repeating. Was utilized by the T1000 in Terminator 2.
Evan.
Go for it.
Toyota Tacoma.
And
Was it Tundra? Not a Toyota. Is it?
It is, yeah.
number 4. Connected to the Transformer Long Arm.
Oh fuck. Fuck.
Number 5. Is highly connected to Pixar's Cars.
Anthony.
Anthony.
Tow truck.
Tow
Oh
Yeah.
truck is the answer.
Yeah.
Speaking of the Transformers, I just watched. I apparently I missed one of the movies, and I watched.
Well, I wouldn't say you were missing it.
Well, true. It was the Age of Extinction one. Holy cow, that was bad. Oh,
What is? Who says? I always remember Roger Ebert's quote. Who says who gets to call Transformers a bad movie? Me. I get to call Transformers a bad movie. Transformers is a bad movie.
the first one was all right.
It was. I mean, it had its moment where you heard Optimus Prime's voice and you're like, yes.
Right.
But after that, mostly, having Bumblebee pee on Robert Turturro and stuff. It was just dumb. Number 1. I'll say this: the police car, the evil Decepticon police car, instead of to serve and protect,
To
like
enslave and punish.
to enslave and punish. Yes, yeah. Number 1. Rumor has it LAPD bought the car and uses it. Anyway, clue number 1. Featured in 2019's Avengers Endgame. Clue number 2. Was seen in 2014's Interstellar. Clue number 3. Was featured in 2020's Tenet. Clue number 4.
Anthony.
Go for it.
Yeah. Time travel.
Yeah.
Time travel.
Yeah.
Anthony,
I feel robbed on these last two. Like they were right there for me.
Hey, you were close. That's good.
well, let's just take 2 points away from Anthony and give them to Andy. Okay, done.
I apparently don't watch that many movies. Every time it's like Anthony's like, it's this. I'm like, okay.
Clue number 1. Clint Eastwood liked these in the movie A Perfect World. If you've never seen A Perfect World, you should find it and watch it. That is a really, really good movie with Clint Eastwood and a young Kevin Costner. Perfect World. Great movie. Clue number 2. Created in 1953.
Andy.
Go for it.
Tic Tacs.
And
Nice.
I like the swing though. I like the swing. Clue number 3. Originally created from scraps. Clue number 4. Appeared in 2004's Napoleon Dynamite. Number 5. You commonly find these frozen.
Evan.
Evan.
Never mind.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Matt,
Matthew.
tater tots.
Tater tots is correct. Oh man, remember those giant sheets of tater tots that at the school cafeteria?
Oh yeah.
See, tater tots are a big American thing. They're not so big in Canada.
They're pretty small here, actually.
Ha ha.
We have 4 left. Anthony won.
Yeah.
Well, no, Matt can tie if he gets the last 4. So,
Oh, great. No pressure.
but here we go. 4-1. This is connected to Hank Ballard and the Midnighters.
What are you looking at?
Number 2. This is connected to M. Night Shyamalan.
Anthony.
Go for it.
The Twist.
The Twist is correct.
Like we did last summer.
The Twist.
Bop, bop.
And Anthony wins. How boring.
Yep.
Anyway. Clue number 1. Born in the Philippines. Clue number 2. Known for their famous pose. Clue number 3. Has been a professional broadcaster.
Matt,
Go for it.
Ted Turner.
And clue number 4. Married a former Miss Universe.
Oh shit! I think.
Clue number 5. Connected to Jesus Christ.
Oh no, I don't.
Final clue. Former Heisman Trophy winner and Florida quarterback.
Forrest.
Matt,
Forrest.
Yes.
Well, who? I heard Forrest. Am I wrong?
Forrest. Yes.
No, I rang in again. I'm not. I
Oh,
can't.
yeah. Forrest.
Tim Tebow.
Tim Tebow is correct.
Amazing motivational speaker. I got the opportunity to see him once. I'm not a Jesus guy. Everybody knows that. Holy snikes. I would march up a mountain with that man. Just he could talk.
So he's got a cult, is what you're saying.
But that's because he's like such an inspirational person. Like,
well, that's why he gets paid money.
If,
Yeah,
if you want to see something impressive about Tim Tebow, just look him up and look up prom. Put Tim Tebow in prom. So Tim Tebow's organization has proms all over the country for special needs kids.
that's awesome.
And then not just kids, like they have proms with people who would never go to their own prom, and they have like a red carpet, and he gets like a big huge band, and it real nice place. And yeah, it's pretty cool.
Fantastic.
2 left. Number 1. Debuted in 1843. Number 2. Appeared as a frog in a 1992 Michael Caine movie. Number 3. Plays the ukulele.
Matt,
Matthew.
Tiny
What
Tim.
about me?
Tiny. Oh, Evan, you rang in?
Yeah.
I
What was
didn't
your
hear
answer?
Evan.
I didn't hear Evan either.
That's fine.
Just give it to
didn't need it.
both of them. And yes, Tiny Tim is correct.
I didn't
Final thing. Number 1, released for Nintendo and Sega in 1992.
Sega.
The one green spot by your on your right on the right arm makes it look like you have pit stain there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Clue number two. Clue number two. Wore mirrored sunglasses. Clue number three. Features an assassin. Clue number four. Spawned a series of sequels. Clue number five. Originally seen on film in 1984. Final clue. I'll be back.
Of course.
Evan.
I think Andy rang in first, right?
Yeah. The Terminator.
The Terminator.
Yeah.
The Terminator. There you go. Initials. Huzzah.
Thanks,
for the
Lance.
chef.
That was great.
Yeah, well, I try to do my part, keep everybody entertained. Are you not entertained? Yeah, I know. Evan, what have you been doing lately?
Trying to catch up on backlog taxes stuff. Making the best games you've never heard of, and what else? Working.
What happened to that other game? You guys, that is that still in production or what is it?
Which one?
I forget the name of it.
You know what can you tell me about it?
I don't know. Somebody had a booth and thing.
Oh,
and
Edison?
I don't know. Sure.
Yeah, that one's still happening.
Okay, good night, everybody.
Good night, sir.
Good night, buddy.
Raiders.
Yeah, I should take off too. It is 1:15 here.
Good night, Andrew.
Yes. as
Thanks
it
for
is.
coming on, buddy.
Raiders.
Good night, gentlemen.
Thanks for having me.
Anytime. I'll keep sending you the things. Met Batok, was that it?
Met Batak, that is it. Yeah.
Met Batok.
Nice find. Yeah. Yeah, that's still happening. We probably in the next 6-ish months go into some kind of crowdfunding or something.
Explore the ruined imperial city of Met Batok in search of lost secrets. Where does the name Met Batok come from?
That's just what the guy named the city. It's like he made this role-playing system like 20 years ago, and he's had several editions. And I met him after he made a card game based on his role-playing world. And then I had this other game that I was trying to figure out like an IP to attach it to, because there's like a exploration, quest and combat system. But I didn't really have any like zhuzh to it. And so I talked with him, and we set it in his world, and we decided that you were exploring this like ruined city of like forbidden magic called Metpatok. And there it is.
Met Batok.
Metpatok. So you have a little small party, and you explore the hexes and fight, have little encounters, and sometimes you fight and sometimes you don't. Level up and do some area control. I like it. It's fun. Gets the job done.
It gets the job done. That's the best you can hope for, usually.
I think it's good. I think it's fun.
And then you did that with Ryan, right?
Yeah, that's with Ryan, because he hates those kind of games. So the fact that he hates those kind of games kind of steered us into a different direction. And so it'll be a little bit different experience than what is currently out there. So I think that's cool.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
What else? Just
What else? I got another Euro game coming out at some point. The publisher was just asking me if I'm ready to turn it over. Probably turn that over in about a month, and then they'll start doing their thing. And then depending on what happens to the board game world, it will or won't happen.
Yes.
I have a card game. I'm waiting on some art to get finished and stuff, and then that should be moving forward, hopefully. Also, depending on what happens to the board game world.
Well, it's definitely interesting what's going on in the old world.
Yeah.
But
I just had that game that had my little trick taker in it. That just fulfilled. People have that now. So things are happening slowly.
if you say so.
What's next on the Gray Fox front?
I
Why are you trying to change the topic, Evan? We're talking
Yeah.
about you.
I gotta get this pledge manager launched, and it's just like it's been the way that GameFound does it now is nothing like the last time I did it. So it's really it's almost as if, and I'm not gonna say this on I'm not I mean I don't wanna spread lies or anything like that,
Yeah.
but I mean it's like it's almost like it's tougher to like port over something that you did on a different crowdfunding platform and you're just using it as a pledge manager than if you had just used it as your crowdfunding platform
Right.
and then transferred it right over. It's really weird.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yes.
But it's worked. It's supposed to work right over. It's supposed to be simple.
Yeah, no, it wasn't. I mean, you just have to alter everything, and it's been a pain. But yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine.
Everything's fine.
It's everything's fine. Nobody's happy. Everybody's sad. Everybody's mad. But it'll be okay. As the kids say, you know. Everything will be okay.
As the kids say, Dad, put it down.
Dad, nobody wants to hear your stupid stories anymore. Shut your dumb mouth, Dad. All right. I'll be right back. Talk about yourselves for us. Tell some crazy crackpot theory about why the Earth is flat or
Mhm.
something.
But these don't have an expiration date. So do I just put the tags on them?
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
No problem. Evan,
Do it.
is that the game you were talking to me about?
Which one?
The game you were talking about that you are working on?
Oh, that I was going to retheme.
Is that the one?
No, that's a totally different.
Oh,
game.
totally different one.
That's a totally.
That's where you were kind of stuck on that one. You were like, I don't know where to put
That
this
one.
thing.
Well, actually, I
Oh,
know
you were
what I
supposed to
wanna-
put it somewhere, and then
I know what I want to
they
do.
pulled it.
Yeah, I know what I want to do with it. I just need the extra time to do it. But it's not like there's no like deadline on it because it's not with anybody
Right.
anymore. So now my stuff with deadlines is kind of up first on the table.
Well, if it was with somebody, they wouldn't have to change. We wouldn't have to retheme it.
Well, that's true. That's true. But yeah, no, I'm actually excited about that. I'm going to call it. I think I'm going to call it Colony 3.
Okay.
And it's like in those movies when you head out and you have to figure out what happened to the previous attempts at colonization of like Mars or whatever.
All right.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Ah.
I don't know, it just has a ring to it.
So let me ask you a question.
Okay.
When you design a game,
Yeah.
and it's in, all right, say the game is going to be, the publisher wants to set it in like samurai
Yeah.
world. when you signed your contract,
Yeah.
does your contract specifically say this, whatever the game is going to be called, and the samurai thing? Like, could you take that design and do a Reiner Knizia and like sell it to another company with a different theme?
It
Technically,
it so it depends on what kind of like every contract can be unique, but you cannot put ownership on design like you can't patent design. So basically, if I wanted to ruin my relationship with a publisher, I legally could make very minimal changes to a game and sell the same game to another publisher
that was a good question.
with a different name and a different theme.
Do you know anyone?
Um,
Do you know that that's happened before? Like, you've heard of people
No,
doing that?
no. I know of a game that had a really cool theme, and it's out. It's gotten well received, but I
Yeah.
don't like the new theme on it's on it.
yeah. But like, themes change all the time. Like I would never do that because I don't want to ruin my relationship.
Yeah, no,
with
I know that.
publishers. And people that play games would be like, this is the same game, dude. And they wouldn't be stoked either. But because people are smart. But what does sometimes happen is, you bring a game to a publisher and they're like, oh, this is sweet, we like it, we just want it to be frogs. And you're like, okay. And then the question is, between you and the publisher, who's going to turn it into frogs, right? And just
Yeah.
depending on your relationship with that publisher and what they want and what you want, like sometimes they just take it and they change it and you just walk away, and sometimes they ask you to change it and bring it back, and just every situation's unique, but could go either way.
Well, just curious because I know like we have the Mario Kunitsu keeps putting out the same game over and over with another different theme and a different name, but
What?
Man, he's put out a lot of games, but he's also put out a lot of great games.
it was a question that came up in my head before when before you got on. I was listening, and Andy and Lance were talking about games that they saw when they were TMG that someone else ended up signing that may have done very well that they passed on. And there's a game that I think they actually signed, but they never got it out.
Mm.
And it came out in the past year, and I like the original thing better.
What game is that?
I could say what it is, right, Lance?
I don't even know what you're talking about. So what is it?
The L5R game, the River of Gold.
Oh, I mean, sure.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, so that was originally Route 66 game.
Right.
So you were setting up all the roadside attractions, the roadside attraction things, instead of like the markets that you're doing, which I thought was much cooler. But
yeah, but would it have sold as well? Probably not.
Well, it probably would have, but if you have the L5R license, then why not go ahead and use it? Because it's way better than that Mother Road game that came out.
I
mean, it's been a long time since I played anything L5R, but I mean that it's referenced in such hallowed terms by everybody. And I mean, I guess like the world was cool, and but I mean they talk about it like, I mean, oh yeah, well, why didn't that like take over the world and be the number one thing ever?
It's like what you call it. It's like Firefly.
Yeah.
The people who love Firefly, like live and breathe Firefly.
Yeah.
But I mean, L5R, I mean, I mean, the way you heard people talk about it as far as like the the card game. I mean, it was just like, oh,
It was cool.
Better than Magic ever could hope to be, just.
I agree.
So my question is always then, well, why didn't it do better then? Because people didn't
Because
want to play with samurais? I
because
mean,
Magic already existed or already had a foothold.
maybe.
Look at the only other games that have anything close to Magic. Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah.
And it's another world they already know that there's actually a good card game. There are other things that like anime that they made card games for. That One Piece card game is a piece of crap. But people who play it love it.
Yeah.
The
So many
Pokemon
fun
is
card
over
games.
huge, like ridiculously huge, more now than it ever was before. And I don't know what the reason behind that is.
People keep having kids.
Well, yeah, but I mean, no, I mean, it's like I've played Pokemon with my, they actually played the game, right? Instead of just collecting things. And it's okay.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's not like I mean, when I'm playing it, I'm just kind of like, okay, I mean, it's kind of annoying. I mean, there's a lot of, and also I don't understand why kids were into it because there's so much shit you have to maintain that you have to keep track of. Oh, okay, well, am I gonna do I take my poison damage or not? Flip the coin. Do I need to? It's all kinds of just annoying shit like that in the game. It's like I can't imagine like some like 10-year-old kid like thinking, oh, this is great.
I think the barrier of entry is lower. Like my kids played Pokemon, the actual, regular game and everything. And like trying to teach them Magic, I would never even try.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm not a big fan of either. So I mean, it's not like I'm like gonna, you know, set up the marching band to say Magic the Gathering is the best because that game I've played it like heaven's been there for one
It
of the
was.
5 times in my life that I've played it. And I beat Shane, who's like this big Magic the Gathering guy, and like I just destroyed him and I was like, he's like, well, that was fun. He was just livid. And I
When
was like, well,
Shane hits
I
the
guess
whistle,
this thing attacks you. He's like, well, I guess I take 7 more damage then. It's just like, I was like, this is fun playing with you. Just
he's a sore loser.
oh no. I mean,
Which is why it's more fun to beat him.
well, yeah, I mean, it's
He's probably listening right now.
yeah, you sons of
That
bitches.
son of a.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm not I just can't get into that stuff. I just, it's like, and plus it's all like, then they just go online and they, I mean, I would like go, I remember there was like this, there's this group of people that, November BGG Con, when it was at the place where BGG Spring is now, there was a I'm not gonna mention names. But there was a game publisher who would get a suite, uh, and he regularly would have like, oh yeah, come on up to my suite, and like we're just playing games or whatever. And it was like, it was like some 3-room suite or whatever. And I would get the invite. Oh yeah, hey, we're going to blah 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 suite, and we're gonna have drinks and we're gonna play games and stuff. And I remember I went up there one night. I was like, yeah, sure. It's like, what room number? Yeah, well, we'll be up there after 8, just stop by whenever. It was like 8:30, 9 o'clock, and I went there. And they were all embroiled in games of Magic the Gathering. And again, I have never seen a group of 8 people looking like they're having less fun in my life.
That's the thing. How many times you're probably not on it as much, but like there's a fans of Gen Con page, like people going to Gen Con. And every year, inevitably, there's 9 billion games there, and someone's always a post. Oh, anyone want to meet up for some commander things outside of the hall, and I'm like, you could play Magic all over the freaking place. And you can play other things too. Like, I'm bringing my commander decks. Anyone want to play? And we're like,
Hey
oh
man, I
yeah,
would play.
I'll meet you up. And they're like all excited to play. That's all they want to do is play Magic all fucking day.
Yeah,
And
but people do all kinds of stuff. I mean, people play solo games at conventions. It's like people just do what they want to do.
no,
Fuck
they
those
don't.
people.
No, they.
No, they don't.
We don't get
Yeah.
to do anything we want to do at conventions.
Well, yeah, you got to stop working. That's your problem.
Yeah. In some cases, when you're working, you want to show off the designer's game. He doesn't even know how to teach it.
Ugh, that's when you got to bring Roy in.
Hey, here's the designer of After the Empire. He can tell you all about it. Well, it's
Oh,
I
I
don't
was
know.
doing a fine job.
Yeah, no, you were horrible.
Roy just did a better job.
I just no. I mean, no, I mean I walked into that room and there was like all these people and they were just all they're like, hey, what's going on, man? Hey, what's going on? What are you guys playing? Oh, we're just playing some Magic or whatever. And I was like, oh, okay. And I kind of watched them play Magic for like 20 minutes and drank a beer and I was like, well, I'll see you guys later.
Yeah. See, I would have been in. I would have been like, oh, I'm in.
Well, no, I
But,
mean, even if I wanted to be in, they are already paired. They had 8 people, and they were
Oh,
all
that's true. They
playing.
already paired off,
You
yeah.
know, so it was all this, and like literally, I watched these 2 people. Like this one guy, he was just sitting there, and he was like, ah, ah.
Just not having fun.
No, like trying to decide what his next move was, right? You know, and it was
Yeah.
like he's like, all right, all right, no, hold on. Yeah, I was like, fuck, just do something. I was just like, what? Like, okay, I'm gonna tap. No, hold on, hold
It's
on, hold on.
important decisions, man.
I just,
An
if
eight-person
it
tournament. Oh,
was
man.
like some weird tournament thing, right? And they were like, it was like, oh, the winner of this gets to go to Chicago and gets $1,000 or something, then, I'd be all like, okay, I get it. But it wasn't. It was like they were absolutely just, I don't know, wasting their. I mean, I don't know. It was. I mean, I guess yes, competitive natures, blah 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 blah. But I mean, I was like, yeah, it's like whenever I've seen anybody actually playing Gloomhaven, I've never seen people have less fun in my life. I just, but obviously I'm wrong because thousands of people love that, and I'm just the weirdo that like is screaming, "You're not having fun! Stop it!" Ah,
Exactly.
yeah, I don't know. I know I don't know any better. But anyway. Um I was what else is new? Um Anybody watch any cool new movies or shows?
Have you finished Daredevil yet?
No.
Suck.
I'm not caught up on anything. I mean I'm watching old movies that I used to watch. You know what I mean? Like I just rewatched Mississippi Burning, which is a great movie.
Well, yeah, that's forever ago. I've seen that. Yeah.
But I was just like, there's nothing better than watching Gene Hackman like lose his mind and beat the shit out of a bunch of racists. I mean, that's it's a fun little. That was enjoyable for me.
Yeah.
That's a great movie. If you never watched, if you've never watched Mississippi Burning, that should. I mean, obviously there's like a lot of violence and swearing and not such great stuff, but they should make kids watch that. I mean, just to show how just fucking screwed up like some parts of our nation, were and still are. I should probably focus on. I've been watching. I mean, if you're not watching the the show Mobland, the Guy Ritchie show with Pierce Brosnan as like as the leader of a Irish crime family in London. That's highly enjoyable. It's nice to watch James Bond have an Irish accent. You know, listen here, you fucking cunts. I swear to God, I'll cut your fucking balls off. You know, just while shooting people through the heart with a Desert Eagle. You know, just that's enjoyable. So, and it's Guy Ritchie stuff, so it's it's fun. Yeah, I don't know. Anybody else watch anything?
I finished Andor. Watched a little Tales of the Underworld.
I need to watch Andor. I've not. Yeah, I mean, I've had. It's just, it seems like everybody's like either it's great or it's horrible.
Oh, I haven't heard anybody say it's horrible.
There's a lot of people that it's too woke or
You
whatever.
don't know those
Oh.
people, Evan. They
Yeah, I
go to
don't
a
know
different
those people.
school.
Yeah, they go to different school. Yeah, I heard from more than a few people. It's like I don't know why they have to put so much political stuff into it. It's like it's a political whatever. Never mind. That's fine.
I mean, that's kind of what sci-fi is for.
Yeah, for us to believe that evil empires will be overthrown eventually. Yeah, that the good shall triumph over evil.
Yeah. Well,
That's
and
all
to
it's there.
explore humanity in a setting that doesn't have to call out by name, you know?
Yeah, I suppose.
Oh, one moment, please.
Okay. See you later. Yeah, I don't know. Forrest, what have you been doing? How's the Hobbit hole coming?
Nah, we're gonna let it all.
Too much rain?
Nah, rocks. Gotta do rocks. Gotta make a road.
Well, how's
Oh.
your Hobbit hole road coming then?
Well, I've hauled 4 truckloads of rocks, and it's a real son of a bitch. Get those on the back of the truck. Like I gotta say, sand's way a lot, even wet sand. But man, like my back really is killing me today. And I was gonna go up today and unload rocks, and I was like, nope. So I'm gonna take it easy for a while.
Rocks. Who would have thought piles and piles of rocks would be annoying to unload and deal with?
It's just annoying. I don't mind the annoying. It's just that it's like I'm getting old. It's like, oh dang, it's really I can't do it like 3 days in a row. Because the thing was, my wife also wanted me to bring home like topsoil. So I went up one day, unloaded 2 truckloads of rocks, and then I was like, I'm tired. I'll unload all the topsoil the next day. So the next day I unloaded all the topsoil into our garden. And then she's like, we don't have enough topsoil. My mom wants some. So I went the next day. So day 1, get all the rocks. Day 2, unload the topsoil, which I also picked up. Day 3, get another load of rocks and pick up more topsoil, which I then unloaded on day 4. And this is day 6. And I feel like it's hard to walk. Like it's very uncomfortable to walk. And I was like, oh, okay. I pushed myself.
And you're like, can't they make lighter rocks?
I will say though, the fact that I really spearheaded this road when no one else really wants to, everyone's just kind of like, yeah, we'll talk about it. We'll figure it out. We'll all get together and work on it. Like everybody just keeps waiting for the president to like kind of spearhead it, and he's not. And so I was like, all right, I'll just do it. And I just started dumping rocks, just thousands of pounds of rocks. And last time I was up there, one of my neighbors from 2 down was like, so you're in charge of this now, I guess, right? I was like, sure. He was like, all right, where are you gonna put the road on our plot? And I was like, oh, let me go figure it out. And so now I'm pretty much in fucking charge of it, and I am getting so much of a much larger campsite. Everybody is. It's not just me, but everybody is. But specifically, me and Adam with our locations. Oh my gosh, it's fantastic. And yeah.
Well,
And
you
I'm
got the
just
rocks.
no, I got 4 truckloads, and I'm probably gonna need about another, I don't know, 20. But the thing is, I don't have to do it all. The best part is I have figured it out that essentially we can do 30% of the road. Me, my buddy Adam, who's my next door neighbor and comes to Gen Con and stuff with me, and then one of our neighbors on the other side, which we need to talk to. But I can do all the work for all of it. And then we can just pretty much tell everybody else to just sit and spin because like we wouldn't, but at the end of the day, if we complete this chunk, the rest of the road is still good. And that's pretty nice too, because it's like, all right, I'll get a boatload of work done. And it's
So why do you want this road anyway? Just so
well, we have to have the road, or else the train company can come in and bulldoze everything. Now we found out they'll give us like at least a week or two's notice before they bulldoze, which was nice to find out. But you know, it's still one of those things where it's like, all right, we should just move it now because they could come at any moment, at any time. They could come, Christmas. They could be like, all right, yep, 2 weeks you got. Go move all that shit out of the 50 feet within the train. So, yeah, we're spearheading it
but
now.
if you have a road, the road protects you from that?
No. You can't be within 50 feet of the center of the train track. And it's weird. You can't, that's the contract we signed. We can't be within it. And somehow just nobody gave a shit and they just creeped over and creeped over and creeped over. And so now what we have to do, or what we don't have to do, what we could do is just everybody could just move their campers. But it's just not feasible unless we all just want to give up a massive chunk of space. Because some people are talking about is, oh yeah, just move your campers to the other side of the road. But a lot of people are already pretty close to the water, and it takes up a huge chunk of the space you would have. By instead building a new road that connects to the old road, we get to put our camper on top of the road, which will be awesome because it'll be flatter and less bugs and more drainage and just all that good stuff. But then the train company doesn't care if there's a road within that 50 feet near the train. They just don't want any permanent structures. So essentially, we're just shoving the road as well. I am, because I make the decisions, I guess. We're shoving the road as close to the train as we can. So it's going to be like within 10 feet of the train, but it's like on a huge slope that the train is like 12 feet higher than you. So it doesn't really matter. And then, yeah, I'm getting a massive front yard where I will have enough room to just let my dog be on like a 20-foot chain. And that's awesome. Like, I'm so excited and not excited about all the work, but the bottom line is the amount of work I've already put into it is like 5 billion% more than anyone else at the campground, aside from the president who's been talking to the lawyer and like all that sort of stuff. So, yeah.
Just feels like you live in Looney Tunes world, honestly.
Hey, man.
It just does. So we got this weird little spot of land that I got to build this rocks, and I got to do all this so I can keep my spot next to the railroad.
I got a 3-minute video that I was going to send you. Where I actually laid out to my buddy Adam, because he's super busy with like his family, and he's come up to the lake like once, and like everybody's like on his ass about it because he's like a maintenance guy and he's super helpful and stuff. But I keep lumping him into everything that I'm doing, so just everybody assumes it's the two of us. But yeah, like he's awesome, and he's gonna fix the pier, and I'm super excited. But yeah, he's pretty much just giving me carte blanche, and
the pier.
now I just make the road as I see fit, and then I think we're gonna get together on Saturday the 7th, like in 2-ish weeks. And I think that's gonna be the big day where we're planning on moving stuff or doing something. I don't know. Either way, I'm very excited, and now I know how to make. I'm in the process of learning how to make a gravel road, which is cool. Cool skill.
Sounds like it.
I enjoy it until my back.
Evan,
Sorry,
Evan, you make any gravel roads in your day?
Not roads, just driveways.
How long?
I don't know. Not
It's
that
kind of a
big.
personal question, don't you think?
I'd say it was a good 40, 50 feet, you know?
Whoa. Okay,
Yeah.
that's a lot of work.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. 5 years ago, we took out like 6 inches of dirt and leveled the backyard. That was a
Oh.
lot of work.
Yeah, that sounds like a lot. How big's the backyard?
Not that big, you know. It's like a 5,000 square foot lot, so it's a normal size lot, but still,
Seems like a lot.
yeah, it is a lot.
That sounds horrible.
It wasn't fun. It was like 3 days of 10 hours of just like using a shovel. There's a lot.
And it's grading
Blisters on my hands.
I got blisters on my fingers. Yeah, that sounds hideous and no fun at all.
You ever do a thing where you're like doing the same motion over and
Oh
over
yeah.
again, and then like your bicep just goes and like spasms and you can't like.
Yeah.
That happened on that weekend. It was like you're done.
Yeah, that's one thing I've gotten into, like when I'm doing this, because I have to haul and I have to cut and I have to do so many things.
Yeah.
Is that I'll start to mix up all the jobs in like 15-20 minute increments, and then I'll even start to like left versus right. So I'm starting to do everything left side.
You gotta switch it up, dude.
Oh, it helps so much, and like you feel so much more fucking jacked.
You gotta switch it up.
Like that's the other thing. Like I love like the manual labor is like, man, I forgot how much this like really
it feels
chisels your body without you trying.
Yeah. Turns out using your body to a
got benefits. Yeah.
Past a certain point, it's bad.
Yeah. Too many loads of rocks and you're in trouble.
That
too many loads of rocks.
He carried one rock load too many.
Well, it's my own stupid fault. I was telling my wife about this. We're doing pretty well financially. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna treat myself. I'm gonna get the right tool to do the job because I never fucking do that. I am
nice.
Yeah, I got a scarcity mindset. It's always from the Goodwill, it's always from a garage sale, it's always not the right tool, but it works. And I was like, I'm gonna go to Lowe's. I got myself this super nice little metal rake, and I spent like about an hour and a half forcing myself to use it, trying to figure out how it worked, and the thing just sucked so hard. I'm pretty sure I killed my back trying to use a stupid fucking right tool, but I should just use a stupid shovel. I was so mad.
Yeah.
$35 for this stupid rake. I hate it. That's a grievance. That rake sucks. It's not for raking rocks.
Why'd you give me this horrible rake, Home Depot?
No, it's supposed to be a rock raker, and it sucks at raking rocks. Like, I don't know what kind of rocks people are raking, but man.
Maybe you're raking the wrong kind of rocks.
I'm not the problem. I think the rake is.
I was doing it perfectly.
I tried so many different ways. I tried like pushing it like a push broom. I tried pulling it with force. I tried like just pulling it, but then like do it like a tug of war where I'm just letting my body like kind of do most of it, like natural. Like I could. Stupid rake. I hate that fucking thing. And it's like,
where's the rake now?
It's in the garage. I'm gonna find some use for it. I'm sure it's gonna be good for like raking. Like I think it'll be great for raking the trail when I have to, because I have like this really cheap, crappy rake. But For rake and the exact purpose that I bought it, it did not work at all.
Maybe it's
And
for
I
like
knew
tiny gravel.
probably,
Yeah.
probably.
Like
And I
red,
knew within
red
like
rock or whatever.
10 or 15 minutes, I was like, this is not going to work. Because I tried a bunch of different ways because it was just so slow. And I just wouldn't give up. I just committed to it. And God, I'm so stupid. That's what I get for trying to get nice things.
Be smarter than the rake, I think that's
Yeah.
Proverbs 21:4, I believe. Not sure. Don't quote me. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, yeah, lug and rock sucks. It just anything with a wheelbarrow, drag a bunch of rocks from one spot to another. As
I
they
wish I had a
say,
wheelbarrow.
rocks are heavy.
Oh, dude, you got to get a wheelbarrow. My
You
friend.
gotta get a wheelbarrow.
I just put them into a giant pile, and now I'm just moving the giant pile kind of over to where it needs to be. Like it was
Yeah,
really just more.
that's not good. Just so
Yeah,
you know.
and you said I should have got a wheelbarrow instead
Well,
of
yes.
fucking rake leaf, stupid
Yes.
rock rake.
A shovel
I'm not
and a
made of money
wheelbarrow
here.
go pretty well together.
I wonder if I could return it and be like, "Yeah, I bought the wrong one. I want this wheelbarrow."
Yeah, what I needed was a wheelbarrow. I got this rake. I made a mistake. They're like, yeah, you can get out of here.
I should get a wheelbarrow. My wife wanted one anyway.
What's the? Oh, I heard. I actually found a Norm clip that I'd never seen. A joke.
Whoa,
Yeah, I
that's
thought
got
I'd
to
seen.
be
Yeah, it was
$1 million
great.
fine.
And it was, and he told this joke, and I won't do it. You have to imagine Norm voice. When I, um, so here, the guy's in a hospital. He's been in a hospital for like a week, and in the morning he's woken up by this very stern nurse. You know, like this stern look on her face, and she says, "Mr. Williamson, did you want breakfast this morning?" And he said, "Yes." Yes, I would like, and I'm not going to do the full like 20-minute version that he did. You know, it's like, yes, I would like breakfast this morning. Thank you. She said, what would you like? And he's like, well, I have some special requests if that's all right. And she said, yeah, that's fine. Go ahead. He's like, okay, well, I want a glass of orange juice. That's fine. Now, if you could though, could you please pour it into the glass and like leave it sitting like on like in front of a window where the sun's coming in so it can be warm up, so it's just like hot, like it's been warmed by the sun for hours, so it's just like, and then could I get some bacon? And she's like, of course you can get some bacon. Now, but I with the bacon, if you could make it really rare, like really rare, like very, I mean, like raw, if possible, if that's possible, if I get that. And she's looking at him like, what do you? And he's like, did you want anything else? He's like, absolutely. I'd like 2 eggs, sunny side up, but I want them, if it's possible, I want them really, really runny. Like I want you to like put them on the frying pan for maybe 6, 7 seconds tops before you take them off and put them on my plate. I want them really, really runny. And finally, I want 2 pieces of toast. And if you could just go ahead and turn the toaster to the highest possible setting and just burn them. I want those pieces of toast to be just black. And and that's what I'd like for breakfast. And she says, "Sir, this it's like we're not going to make you breakfast like that. We would never make breakfast like that." And really? Because that's what you served me yesterday.
Oh, Norm.
Like it.
Norm.
Oh, I got a YouTube channel you might like.
Is it the one where the Midwestern lady goes through every single episode of Columbo and walks you through every single guest star and every single side actor in the background, and like references where the location that they're focusing on, and like uses Google Maps to show it? Because if it's that channel, I've already watched it and it's a fucking delight.
This
It's
is why
called-
you're no fun. You ruined the surprise.
No, I was just gonna say, watch it for days is the YouTube channel. It's some I have no idea. As soon as I heard this woman's voice, I said that woman's from the Midwest. As soon as I heard her voice, and then she said I'm from Iowa, and I was like that checks out. I was like perfectly. But that is if you grew up watching any Columbo, go to watch it for days, and she's like on the third season of Columbo, and like she's just doing deep dives into every episode of Columbo, every Columbo movie, talking about. She gives each episode a rating. It is absolutely beautiful what she's doing, and it's just and and the thing is like she's got like 20,000 subscribers. And it's just she just doesn't care. She's just like, yeah, I'm gonna do this. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna talk about every episode of Columbo. And I just, God bless her heart. She found her audience, you know, and she makes little jokes all the time and says, it's like, I'm probably mispronouncing these names, but somebody in the comments will tell me how stupid I am and how I don't know how to pronounce it. And that's fine. It'll make you feel better about yourself telling me I don't know how to pronounce these things. Yeah, it's just kind of like, oh, I don't know who you are, but you just sound like you'd be like, I have a moons over my hammy at a Denny's with you and giggle. But anyway, what was your YouTube channel there, Forrest? I took over your little your moment.
Oh, I don't remember it. I can't find it now. Never mind.
It's deleted. It's gone.
No, I'll find it. It's really it's animated. So people take like these shoot clips, like 5, 6, 7 minute videos. These wrestlers getting asked various different questions, but then they animate it to like what they're talking about, and it's pretty great. Pretty great little just on in the background, listening to some funny wrestlers, just telling some funny wrestling stories, but the animations sell it. I'll find it and send it to you.
Hey, it's just me, Oos. Day one ish. You gonna watch Saturday Night Main Event?
Nah. How long is that? How long is that show? Is it 2 hours?
The Saturday Night Main Event? I think
Yeah.
it's 2 hours. It's on Peacock or whatever.
Yeah, my kids were trying to. We're thinking about jumping from NXT to Raw or SmackDown.
Yeah.
They just get tired of everybody they like going away, and I get it.
Well, no. Saturday Night Main Event is WWE.
I know that's what I'm saying.
Oh,
But is it 2 or 3 hours? Do you know?
I think it's just a couple hours.
Yeah, I don't want to go the full jump to 3 hours, which Raw and SmackDown are. It's called Rib Shot. It's yeah, it's relatively new. 26,000 subscribers. Cartoon World of Wrestling. It's really good.
He's
I mean, it's
good,
just
and he's good in it.
well, I mean, it's just the clips, CM Punk talking about Ryback, CM John Cornette on the Bruno San Martino Morella incident. Bret Hart talks about Eric Bischoff, but it's animated in like a humorous way.
What is it called?
Rib Shot.
Rib Shot.
Yeah, yeah. I enjoy them, and I think you would as well. And they don't require much mental thought. Just plop them on in the background. Poke up every once to see the funny pictures move.
Ah. Joe Hendry on John Cena. I can't believe this is real.
I cannot believe it's not matter.
I don't know. Well, thanks, man. Now I got something new to watch.
Yeah, that one I'm pretty sure is just him clickbait, but I think you'll appreciate the older ones.
Oh, fantastic. And lots of content too. So I got tons of stuff that I can dive into. I can watch this while I'm oh, I have seen one of these. The At Home with Warrior, Eric Bischoff. That popped up in my feed for some reason. I have no idea. So, all right, good deal. Well, let's hit the old subscribe button here. Hit the old bell icon. Let them know that I think that's good. If those of you who are watching right now, if you haven't hit the subscribe and the bell icon for Yeah, that'd be great. So go ahead and do that. But I don't know. I mean, anybody else got anything huge and massive that they want to talk about before we cut before I ask Forrest for his word of the day?
It's a family show. We can't do that.
Hmm?
You said you want to talk about something huge and massive we have.
Ayo.
Heyo. I
Talking about my
appreciated your
homemade
coworker coming up to ask you a question while we are on. That was great there, Anthony.
I thought I was muted.
I was like, who is this person talking? These don't have an expiration date. And I was like, what is going on?
She's
Oh.
new. She's very sweet.
I'm sure she is. There was no doubt in my mind that she was. It was just for me. I was like, all of a sudden I heard this woman's voice and I was like, what's going on? Yeah. So I'm sure she's a wonderful human being. And
I don't know about that.
You stopped kissing her ass, Lance? Shit.
well, no, I mean, I give everybody the benefit of the doubt until they prove to me they're not wonderful human beings, you know? So, I mean,
by yelling out of a bus window.
well, yeah, I mean, that guy,
No. It was raining.
it was raining. That's why he didn't say anything. That, it was like, then he just ran away like a little punk, you know.
It worked.
Yeah.
He got away with it.
He Doctor Strange that and figured out the way.
he's like, it's raining outside. This guy standing next to me with a Viking sweatshirt on, and he's with Crocs, with Viking sweatshirt, Crocs, and gym shorts, screaming at me that I yelled at his kid a couple of days. You know what? I'm just gonna throw my cigarette away and get back on my bus and drive away. There's no end game here where anything good comes from this conversation. So yeah, and as I get back into the bus and close the door, make sure I turn around and say "fuck you" as I'm closing the thing. And leave the bearded moron in impotent rage, just like just just Hulk smash. You just can't do anything about it now. Oh well, like I said, maybe he'll worry about his boss like calling him in or something. Or maybe he won't even give a shit. Or maybe he's telling a story about how he kicked my ass to somebody. I don't know. So
This crazy biker guy tried to assault me at work.
yeah. I told him.
I said to him, "You have a nice day, sir."
And then he agreed that he was in the wrong. And
Pulled over, and the cop's like, "You know why I pulled you over?" I'm like, "You're the fascist pig. Why don't you tell me?" Like, I didn't actually use those words. I think what I said was, "No, sir, I don't."
just that sounds like a Mitch Hedberg bit.
It's not Gitchy guy. The other guy at the time was the really like nervous. I can't remember his name. But yeah, no, he's like, I got pulled over on the way over here, and the cop's like, "You know why I pulled you over?" And I'm like, "You're the fascist pig. Why don't you tell me?" Because why didn't you use those words? I think what I said was, "No, sir, I don't."
Right. That's like the first couple seasons of Futurama had some of the most laugh out loud moments, and that reminds me of that where he's in the super robot wrestling, and he says he's like, well, we're gonna have you drop the belt, we're gonna make you wear this, we're gonna have you drop the belt, Bender, and you're gonna have to wear this pink tutu whenever you wrestle. And he's like, I don't think I'm gonna do that. He's like, well, no, I'm sorry, but you're gonna have to lose it to the challenger. And he's like, well, what if I don't let him win? Send this guy in. And like they And then he goes, send him in. And the camera looks over to the door. And then the whole wall rushes in. And this giant robot comes in. I am Destructor. Ah! And then he's putting the tutu on. See you at the fight. And then it cuts back to like the Planet Express. And then I said, see you at the fight. It's just like, I know. Just early Futurama. Good stuff. All right. Well, that's that then. What's our word? What's our word? If you watch to the very end, and I want to see this in the comments. What's our word
Popeye.
for what?
Popeye.
Popeye. All right.
The word is
Not the chicken, but the Sailor Man.
Yeah.
But you can just put Popeye.
No, we're not. We're never going with corn pone again, Kabuki Kid. I still owe Evan a slap in the face. Just
Come on.
not only do I have 27 items, they're all stupid.
Come on.
That was good.
No. Anyway. All right. Well, thanks for tuning in, everybody. Oh, we didn't talk about Spiel des Jahres nominees. Oh well, we'll wait. We'll do it some other time.
That's game stuff. Wait for Scott for that.
Yeah, Flip 7 should win, and then Endeavor, and then I have no idea about the Kinder.
Flip 7
thing.
is going to win. It shouldn't win.
Okay. Flip 7
Yeah.
is a great game, period.
Okay. Says it right on the box. It's the greatest game ever.
No,
I
it
did.
is. It's just
I read
fun.
that.
Every single,
It is the greatest game.
every single group of people that I've introduced that game to, that I've seen people immediately take out their phone and buy it.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah, it's really good.
no,
I mean, it's just flat out fun. It's just flat out good, and people are
you
just.
don't,
and
you don't
because-
even know you don't even know what games are good anymore, Lance. You said it yourself.
But no, I mean that's one of those games where everybody's laughing. Nobody's on their phone, wasting their time.
Yeah.
Everybody's engaged. Everybody's having their fun. It's like everybody at the table is enjoying it. And I think one of the reasons, and I've said this before, the reasons why it goes over so well is because like the person who deals out the cards, it goes around the table. So everybody gets to like, you want another card?
Yeah.
Come on, you want another card, don't you? You want another one? Come on, try it. And they get to be the person that they get to hand out the doom. I mean, that's like, if it was just one person handing out cards, it would be boring. But that's the best part is that like you get to, come on, coward, take another card. You
But
get
that's only if you play with people who play like that.
Oh,
That is fair.
everybody plays that game like
No,
that.
not everybody plays like that.
Everybody plays the game like that.
No, they don't.
My kids did when we played it.
It's like playing Medici. Medici, when you play with the right people, the game is like 100 times better than it is with other people.
Yeah, Medici's a pretty garbage game.
You're a
Sounds
pretty
like you're not the right
garbage
person to play with, Lance.
Oh,
I didn't play
well,
with
thank
Anthony.
goodness Anthony came down from Mount Sinai with the Medici world, the Medici answers to like let us know exactly what was going on.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get a job with the bus company in Moorhead, just so I can yell at your kid every day.
Oh, I would, longtime friends end up in
I'll just
bare
roll out in the
knuckle
window
brawl.
and yell really nice things to him. Those are nice shorts, Caleb. You have a great day at school.
All right, everybody. Well, next week we'll talk about the Spiel des Jahres things. Cool. All right.
Later.
Later.